inside of the program with all of the human traits that we possess now.
Correct. Not only our human traits,
Not
but
only-
the world.
but the world.
The world itself.
Right.
And you don't have all the world existing there at all times. Right. That might be an unrealistic amount of confusion.
Right.
You just need
Enough of the world that they see around.
That they see around. So you want to start digging and having put the Earth there. There's a flag that goes up in the programmer. They say, "Oh, need more Earth." So
Right.
they put Earth beneath you while you keep digging.
It's like the Truman Show.
Yeah, for example.
Right.
Okay. In Minecraft, you can build.
Or Minecraft. Oh, that is Minecraft.
Right. Okay.
God, that guy's
So we went to the moon. They said, "Okay, let's make sure the moon is there." Okay.
Maybe that's why we can't travel faster than the speed of light. Because if we could, we'd be able to get to another galaxy
Before they can program it.
that galaxy. So much fun.
So the programmer put in that limit.
Put in the limit because that's speed of light.
light.
We can't program fast. So we put in a limiter. The speed of light is a limiter so that you can't get to the next thing before we build it.
All right, so let me finish. That's good.
Go
That's
ahead.
good, Justin. All right, so let me finish. So now that world evolved, and they developed together. They said, "We want to play video games. We're going to make it." So then they wrote it. They have so much computing power that they can create a whole universe. Okay. And then they make it. And then they all the way on down. It could be 1,000 million.
All right, so far it sounds like it still works.
So now, close your eyes and start of the gazillion that are not. Wow! Then you miss that. Everything. So, it's called Bayesian statistics, where you're allowed to introduce information that you already have available to you, even if you didn't measure it to be true. So we establish the likelihood that one day we'll have the power to do this.
Right.
And then that factors into the statistics. Okay. So there's 1 in a zillion, you're in the real universe, and 999 zillions to 1 that you're a simulation. And I don't want to be convinced. I didn't like it, and I was just begging for somebody to give me an argument that was cogent enough to undermine that entire reason. And I just came across. Okay. It's a good friend of mine, Rich Scott. He's a colleague of mine back when I was in Princeton. Deep thinker, likes calculating the concept of knows Bayesian statistics. He's heavily quoted in his book, Doomsday Calculations. William Townsend, a smart guy, unto himself. And I am now convinced.
Now you're convinced. Ready? Okay, go ahead.
What do all these? So here is what convinced me we are not in a simulation.
Okay.
Have you seen it? All right. What do all those simulated universes have in common?
Here you have a simulation.
They have the power to simulate themselves.
They're
No, they have the power to simulate themselves.
Yes.
They all have in common.
make a simulation.
They have that power to simulate themselves exactly. Do we have that power now?
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
Which means that we can't send it. We can't send ourselves into the future as a simulation.
Because we don't have the power yet.
So we can't continue the change.
Wait, so either we are the real one,
right,
or we're the one in the chain that's still evolving to try to then make a simulation within their own world. So the odds of us being a simulation goes from a gazillion to 1. I mean, to the likelihood of
Right.
Right.
It flips.
It flips. 50-50. I'm good with that. That changes my life completely.
Yeah.
Okay? And no longer are you kids going to say, Dad, it doesn't matter, we're in a simulation anyway. No, you had an argument. You have a rebuttal.
Exactly.
I can help you. Ready? Maybe these simulators have a side activity where they like reminiscing about days before you could simulate. That'd be us.
So now we're Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong.
We're classic.
Yeah.
Classic gameplay.
So maybe we're just entertainment, like a historical exercise.
Right.
That's possible
These,
in principle.
in a sense,
However, let's look at our own conduct with that regard.
Okay.
I think of a movie as a simulation, just for the sake of
Which it kind of
conversation. Which it kind of
is.
Ask yourself,
that's what's called emergence.
how many movies have been made in a time before we ever knew how to make movies?
the core
relative
part,
to
though, is the
movies
human
made
density,
in the era where we know how to make movies.
human life.
You can
And
do the
this
numbers.
big
It's
shift
small.
that's happening.
Yes,
sure.
the Spartacus. There's the OK Corral.
Three Musketeers.
There's those exist.
That type of stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
If we are any
The
measure
neurolattices being
of the
analyzed to awaken
incentives
what we're talking about
of
here is
creating
we're talking
simulations, which all we can do with
the
movies at this
normal
point,
adult humans that
then
have these
they might
overly
have some
constricted
historical
default
thing,
mode
but there's way
networks
more
operating,
interesting things and stories to
and
tell in the
their
era of
subconscious
simulations that
is
exist
driving their lives.
post-simulation.
Right. And yeah.
So even
they're
if there
not
are
even
some
aware of how
period
attached they are
pieces that
to
we
their
might
eye.
be,
It's always getting into something.
still
That's
why we
most
use
of these
Newtide
would be
hygienically.
universes
Dad, I
made
went
after
exploring.
they could
You
simulate
look
themselves.
like you were in a swamp.
Right.
If our movie
Now
making
Now I'm worried
habits
about what
are
I
any
can't
indication
see.
of anything.
There are
So the
critters
chances are we're
and
not a
mud
little offshoot,
and
like a little
Statistically.
side project.
We could be,
Hygienically
just
removes
statistically,
the
it's
visible
not
and
likely.
not invisible
Because
dirt.
because we're throwing darts.
Right.
And most of the stories they're going to simulate
Have fun.
are going to be the ones
If you've got
that
to be
they,
It's got to be
that are
tied
in the era
hygienically.
of the time they could simulate themselves.
So that still brings us back to we're probably either the
creative
first or we're on our way to being the
that are
next.
more
On our way to
interconnected,
being the
and that
next.
way
That's correct.
One or the other.
That's more likely
They're
than
little
any other possibility here.
artificial
Well, for a lot of people, it
barrier
also
of
because they're
separation
And so I can now
melts
rest
why did you
well.
gotta screw your pad?
So no simulation.
Oceanic
For me,
mist,
it was
I'm good.
which
I think
is
I'm real. I think you're
what
real.
we
I
are.
think we're good.
And what
happened
gave
to-
birth
Well,
to
real
it.
recognize real.
No, what the,
So,
what
yeah.
Forgot about that expression. Real recognize real.
Real recognize real.
You
So
got
there
it.
you go.
Chuck,
Doing
fist
hallucinations.
bump on
Boom,
that.
boom.
Star Talk.
Yeah.
So
Signing out.
that was always my
Metamorphosis is the process of dramatic change in the life of an organism. Dramatic change in the life of an organism. Energy. Metamorphosis. Energy.
Coming at you.
So it's a special kind of subtle pattern that unreliable gives rise to choice in actualization and realization and deepening. The heart is abstraction. Concept, memory, analogy, how these are much different when you look at
Well, for a lot of people, it also appears they're going to yeah, so why did you get on a spiritual path? I was stopping. But for me, it was I just wanted to, like we talked about the first episode, I wanted to, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is being hallucinated? What the fuck is reality? So that was always my goal. Then it's a byproduct of understanding reality, or understanding my suffering
Listen to you.
by
Might have thought that too.
So by not posting on suffering, I actually
There's some nuance to it. And I just want to sort of people asking regarding
I always like a little plot twist in these.
Okay. That's okay. So today I'm going to talk about So I was talking about the emotional pressure. That's what I'm talking about. Right. You know, my job has got so much pressure. I'm talking about physics. Right. By the way, another way we use those words every day, like we say, how much force are you showing on the battlefield?
Your neologisms.
You get stung from bit by a mosquito, itch.
Another one of
It's your
the
body telling you to slap it, otherwise it'll
paradox for
telling you very
self-isolating. Another symbol.
And I think when you I think we forget that to look inward
Infinite regress.
is to look at the people around us.
And to look inward requires the basic needs being met of people, which is very big. It's an external thing to have clean air, clean water, clean food, shelter, electricity, education, healthcare. Those are external things that then enable you to inquire into the very core of each galaxy, a beautiful circular black hole. So we'll also make a reference visually for you. Ultimately, what we need to do how that relates to I. So deduced from the basic loop, an infinite fractal comprehended by consciousness. You can take a breath before you react. That's fantastic. And that can be really helpful. I, first person, existing, having experienced qualia. My goal here is to combat the strident inner voice. Negotiation between inward bound and outward bound signals. A repertoire of symbols triggered. So what is the nature of human interiority? What is each human's experience of I-ness? How rich is the sense of self? How conditioned or empty? This is really important. How conditioned is your sense of I-ness? Perpetually triggered? Or how empty is it? How well can you hold equanimity? How well can you be free? And then what revelations does that give you about your I-ness?
So it's almost like the level of purity of service and the level of purity of...
What is the nature of a mosquito's interiority? What is a mosquito's experience of I-ness? How rich a sense of self is a mosquito endowed with? More a low-level empty
Hymns inside of the program with all of the human traits that we possess now.
Correct. Not only our human traits, but the world itself. Right. And you have all the world existing there all the time. Right. That might be realistic enough. Right. You just need
Enough of the world that they see around.
So you want to start creating and have
lacks
there.
perceptual
You get the flag that goes up together. You say, need more earth. So they put earth beneath you while you keep the Truman stuff. Yeah, for example. Okay. Minecraft, you can build.
Or Minecraft. Oh, that is Minecraft.
Right. Okay. So we went to the moon. It's okay. Let's make sure the moon is there.
Maybe that's why we can't travel faster than the speed of light. Because if we could, we'd be able to get to another galaxy
Before they can program it.
So much fun.
So the programmer put in that limit.
limit. Put in the limit.
Because that's
speed of light. We can't program fast. So we put in a limiter. The speed of light is a limiter so that you can't get to the next thing before we build it.
All right, so let me finish. That's good.
Go
That's
ahead.
good, Justin.
All right, so let me finish.
So now that world evolved, and they developed and they said, if we want to play video games, we're going to make it. So then they ultimately have some computing power to set to create a whole universe. Okay. And then they all the way on down. It could be all of this.
All right, so far it sounds like it still works.
So now, override our perception of So something called Bayesian statistics, where you're allowed to introduce information that you already have available to you,
Biological
even if you
ladder
didn't
or
measure it
sexual
to.
sophistication. That's another good way to put it.
Still see the system itself, the way that our
So here's another way to phrase what we've been talking about, where you have point one is being a polymath, so you have this very original perception, and then point two is the black hole, open. So you want a polymath black hole. So imagine if you're a black hole polymath. You're empty, untriggerable. You can radically have zero memory, zero concept, zero biological matter. And then as you need, just like on a desktop, which we'll bring up this analogy again later, you can access any of those memories, concepts, or symbols like a polymath. Point one is being a polymath, so you have this very so it's enriched, untriggered, and then point two is enriched, polymath, untriggered. Guide dogs, rich internal category systems repertoires of trigger symbols. You can radically have zero memory, zero concept, zero biological. Initial spark, highness, more complex senses, accrete, snowflake that grows around a tiny access any of those memories, concepts, or symbols, like a polymath. Level of complexity, creature starts applying categories to itself, building mental structures that represent itself, starts placing itself in some kind of intellectual perspective in relationship to the rest of the world. Sound familiar?
Some people wake up and then they don't do shit. Some people wake up, they play video games. They wake up, they do things in the environment, help people wake up. It's
a pretty solid way to break it down.
And then they become a CEO.
Okay, so it's like an untriggerable episodic memory, and this is where your emptiness practice comes in. 2 to 5 seconds, just stop fixating.
You don't, it's like we talked about earlier in the other episode. It's like you don't have to
fixating.
So it's like, it's not you deciding to do something.
Instead, just be aware that you exist. Whoa. Conscious,
it's not
aware,
like you're not free either.
exists, present.
It's neither free
Cool.
or not free.
Might that be a formless quality?
Yeah, no, I really, it's a beautiful thing. It's the most beautiful.
So, untriggerable episodic memory is when you're not triggered by this private storehouse of episodes of us and our friends and characters in novels and movies we've seen, TV news clips, etc. To not being triggered by those memories. So I'm kind of also simultaneously walking you through awakening at the same time. It's pretty interesting. You're getting a cool little tree.
So it's like finding that sense of purpose.
Concepts, memories, produces a self-model, extraordinarily deep and tangled. Deep, tangled self-model is what I-ness is about. So I is a deep, tangled self-model. I is a deep, tangled self-model. And so in essence, awakening is the less deep and tangled your self-model is, the more awakened you are. But at the same time, you want to be a polymath. You want to know a lot about a lot of different things. And so you want to make these novel polymathic connections and implement powerful planetary architectures, but you want to do it from also having elasticity where you can come to emptiness as you please. As a perfectly clean desktop.
Well, form you can look
And
at
then,
it very
as
pragmatic
needed,
and say how it's
step up, architect. Finance.
Yeah, it's like particles that are made of quanta that are spinning around and then the core.
Yeah. there's not
So
even
as you
concept.
think,
It's just-
so you
it's
are.
just-
Perception
it's just
defines
nothing here.
reality.
But then you can also say
Thinkodynamical shift from person to God equals
the
awakening.
infinite part of it.
So here again is that empty infinitude, that black hole sun, where you have a formless infinite consciousness, while you have a form finite separation. So the form finite separation, thinking that that's the reality, leads you to ignorance,
And I
whereas
also think the reason why
knowing, knowledge, being a Gnostic being, is union with God, with Absolute, which is your truest nature.
How
which is
that would
God's
change your very identity and sense of who you are in the world.
well, but that still doesn't mean
patterns, perceives, define its reality.
We're not just talking about like, oh yeah, life would have been a little bit more difficult, or some circumstances in my life would be a little bit different. I would have had to adapt to that. No. What I'm trying to get you to understand here is that you would be a different person.
Elusive, receiving, shimmering rainbow. It's cool because the mirage
Imagine
or
if,
rainbow
when you were young,
analogy,
you grew up with a chronic illness
self-invention
instead of like
of consciousness,
the healthy body that, let's assume,
hallucinates itself into existence.
Imagine how that would shape you.
Especially the
If you
rainbow
grew up in a
aspect to
wheelchair.
that, it reminds us a lot of the
you went to school,
Nirmanakaya
12
from
years of school in a
Dzogchen,
wheelchair.
Buddhism. And that's when you're
Imagine if you
expressing
were a
yourself
hot,
purely
pretty girl,
from that emptiness.
and all the boys admired you and lavished attention on you, and even the adults told you how beautiful and cute you were
Serve the rest of life awakening, and it's effortless.
from a young
So
age
it's cool to draw that analogy.
because you were just
So
exceptionally pretty.
consciousness as an
You were just born that way.
epiphenomenal illusion.
You got
concepts
lessons
of
to draw
self.
from the genetics lottery. Or if you grew up in a war
An
zone,
abstract pattern gives rise to what feels like a self.
imagine how that shapes your psyche to grow up in a war zone.
Pretty
Bombs
direct.
bursting
An
around you as you
abstract
sleep.
pattern gives rise to what feels.
With your father waking up in the middle of the night telling you that we have to get out of the house because a bomb might, blast through the roof. Then you got to get up and run. Or struggle to find food in the morning. Because
So creature
all the shops are
behavior,
closed or bombed.
desires, wants,
And as you're walking through the
I,
bazaar, there's bullets
all
flying around.
powerful, and yet
You gotta
non-existent.
crawl to avoid the bullets. Imagine how that shapes
Spend your whole life with
goals in
I.
life, your desires,
And then it dissolves.
your fears and insecurities, your political beliefs, your religious convictions.
So consciousness,
Psyche
God,
grew up in a war zone.
quality, formless power.
Bombs bursting. Imagine
And then you
around
look
you
at
as you
the
sleep.
village as the absolute, the black hole reset.
With your father waking up in the middle of the night telling you that we have to get out of the house because a bomb might blast through the roof. Then you got to get up and run. Big grocery stores.
Abstraction, upward shifts,
Or struggle to
closed
find
cycle.
food in the morning. Imagine if you grew up as a woman in Saudi Arabia. All the shops are closed or bombed. And you're walking through the bazaar, there's bullets flying around. Family in a palace. You gotta crawl. And you got butlers serving you the bullets from golden plates. Imagine how that shapes your whole life. Driving you in Rolls Royces, the security, your political beliefs, your religious convictions, and your family groomed you to be part of the royal family. Because they just expected you
So there's the
to fill that
riddle
role.
of what am I? Self-inquiry.
Imagine if you grew up seeing mystical visions as a child.
Profound joy, discovering patterns, understanding
Wasn't
what
something
lies
you
behind patterns.
tried to do, or
relentless
even
search
practiced.
for why.
You didn't even meditate. You just,
Nature.
every time you went to sleep, you saw mystical visions. Even while you were awake at school, you would see mystical visions of weird entities
Patterns not
and beings
merely
and
coincidence. Why? What is the
aliens and things and angels and shit. athletes. Imagine how that would like completely transform who you think you are, what you think reality is, and your relationship to it.
Something is going on behind the scenes.
And of course, this would isolate you from other children because they wouldn't see these visions. And the adults around you, they probably also don't see these visions. Even your parents might not have believed you when you told them that you saw these mystical visions, and they just told you that, oh, you're just imagining things, you have a hyperactive imagination. Maybe they even took you to a doctor, and the doctor maybe even put you on some antipsychotic medication. Because the doctor, of course, a Western materialist doctor, doesn't believe in mystical visions. He thinks that's all nonsense. He thinks that you're going crazy, and so it's on antipsychotic. And then
Einstein got this.
Numb your visions down because they make you feel disconnected. They don't make you feel like yourself anymore. And as a child, you don't know what's going on. You don't know whether to listen to these adults or not to listen to them. Maybe you start to think that maybe these adults are right. Maybe I do have a hyperactive imagination. Maybe something is wrong with me. Maybe I am going crazy. Maybe I am psychotic.
One ocean underlying all.
It takes you a long time to figure out what's what. Oh, you're just imagining things, you have a hyper.
You know what it is, it's the energy when anything exists. Make them watch like I'm stuck up on it, red low key, like I snuck up in this. Not abusive, but I'm always making hits. Pull my heart up now, really getting rich. You could have the money, I'm abundant as it gets. Massive making music, now I'm really in the mix. I've been chasing dreams like a fiend. If you got to feel alive, then you know just what I mean.
Our own survival strategy was so paramount in the shaping of who we are, that how we see reality itself, how we define what reality is, was so deeply shaped by these things that it's difficult for us to even step outside of who we are, because we just are that now. It's difficult for us to step outside of that and see that somebody else had very different influences and had to deal with very different much more difficult survival situations, and therefore they have to adapt to those, and they have to become literally a different person. And to survive those situations, they literally have to see reality in a different way. To survive as a woman in Saudi Arabia literally requires that you see reality in a different way than if you're a woman in America. Otherwise, you can't survive in that situation. You might get beheaded. This is no joke. So be very careful about judging how other people survive. You don't know what situations they faced, what they had to do. You assume that, oh, well, they don't have to survive that way. They can just survive the way that I survive.
Bad enough.
No, don't assume that. Because if they adopted your version of reality, your worldview, your belief system, your assumptions, your principles, your values, your fears, your insecurities, and your goals and values, if they adopted all those, they might have gotten beheaded in the survival situation that they were in.
Hot savings and blissfully sleep. Ashley Home Store. This is home. See store ashleyhomestore.com for details.
Or they might have gotten raped. You can't survive in that situation. You might get beheaded. Or their parents might have hit them and abused them. You don't know. These are very common things that happen to millions of people. And they have to adapt to that, to survive through that. And a lot of that happens to children. We're talking about children that might be less than 10 years old. And those children, just think about how little a 10-year-old child understands about reality, and about society, and about the evils of the world, and about how to survive.
Are you ready for your mission?
This world,
What I'm given a survival manual. Into a physical body, maybe I started from scratch. Forgot about my origin. Went into a world where the Buddha was a religion. So I opened my eyes. First thing that I find is disruption makes me something that blended with supersize. Man, I can't believe my vision. The cancer has expanded. I've made my decision. To heal it is the plan, man. The way your parents began, raised up on the free land. Yeah, my ass. We ain't free. I don't need man. Money, titles, and power is what we all seek. Ignorance devours me, but now I turn the answer surviving that might not fit in your country. And now
parents
with your
are
soul instead of
raising
money
you
or your mind. So ready or not, here I come just to remind you. All materialistic things cannot define you. So let go, detach from what's outside you, and just know these cats is trying to bind you. But break free and see that you are another me. And maybe if we could stop getting tipsy and realize that there's other things that we should focus on. Stop people from reaching for that soul. So get what I saw. Got to realize the truth that you couldn't know. So the time that you were in you, that has changed straight up and rearranged. So forget about the fame instead. Just feel the pain. So the rain stop falling on your brain. So the range from the digits, man, it's so insane. It's a shame, honestly. How it's gotten me. Rapping about this, but I ain't alone. What's fighting me? Are you trying to see that this was full of corruption? Addicted to eruptions, persuade us to destruction. I'm getting tired of the demons that be scheming in my shit. Mind when I'm spitting out even to keep it white lines. So never say that I don't care. The love is right there, waiting for you to receive it. I know it ain't fair. Demons in your mind deceiving. Stop me from breathing, but take another fresh air. Get there, meet me halfway, and I'll be right here. We'll all be smiling when it'll become so clear. You are my brother, so take another look, bro. In your reflection of the mirrors in your mind flow. You know I be planting seeds of knowledge until you're not getting rid of all the bullshit propagandas. And I'm trying to find guns, having so much fun, like a kid on the mic, soaring towards the sun. And I don't worship anyone, I just keep it real. Cause the wisdom that's within all of you, nobody can steal. Giving nobody the chill, like we just make the guys feel. 2 minutes, 46 seconds, you're hearing me still. Shouldn't that prove that the things that I'm saying ring true? And I'm telling you that I am no better than you. Realize the true potential of what you can become. Raise the frequencies of your minds, the suffering is done. The suffering is done. Look around, my brother, the revolution has begun.
And that wasn't the only thing that shaped the psyche. After that, I'm not going to go into all the details, but if you want, you can read the biography and you'll start to understand what I'm alluding to. So those early experiences shaped his mind, which then reshaped all of Europe and the rest of the world, and really human history. That's how significant. Now, it's easy for us. Well, not even that easy. See, I was going to say it's easy for us to see Hitler's situation because we're not Hitler. So it's easy when you're looking from outside. It's easier to have perspective and to see things objectively, neutrally,
that you're an
without self-bias. But really, even for most people, even seeing Hitler is
so God,
it's not so easy because most people just see him as evil or whatever. And I'm not saying he was a good guy or anything. I'm not trying to whitewash Hitler here or to make excuses or rationalizations for what he did.
With Kurt Gödel,
I'm being very neutral about it.
I'm unprovable.
I'm not trying to judge, but the point being is that most people aren't even able to see that what Hitler did was simply a reflection of survival challenges he faced in his youth. So just to even see that will change how you see Hitler, how you see World War II, how you judge him, and how you judge others. But now the real work is applying this sort of logic to your own self.
Here you are.
What are the core survival challenges that shape your mind?
Truth that you're a PS5.
So here's the exercise. I want you to remember all the way back to your childhood, to your early years, and it really helps to really go back early. I mean, when you were just learning how to eat,
from within Grand Theft Auto,
how to walk,
you're actually a PS5.
The earliest memories you have. And try to recall the survival challenges that you faced. That you faced at that time. And get a sheet of paper, a notepad, and list them out.
When was the last time you did a
brainstorm here? What did you struggle with? And start with even the very basic stuff like food. Remember how you struggled just to put food in your mouth? The majority of it ended up on your shirt. I remember when I was like 7 years old, I can remember, eating sandwiches, and I would always get food like everywhere on my shirt. I remember I had to buy new shirts all the time because they would get mayo stains on it, grease stains and stuff from ketchup and mustard and burger juice and whatever else dripped on it. And it took
You're
me
in a
like
dream looking for
a
factual
couple of
proof
years. I remember
that
like
you're in a
from
dream.
age 7 to maybe age 9. It took me a couple of years to learn just how to eat so that I don't get food like all over my pants and my shirt. And that was a struggle.
You're in a virtual reality.
And see, today, unless I'm doing this recording here for the purposes of educating you, I haven't even thought about this stuff for like 30 years. And so you just forget about it. And you probably forgot about it too. Like you probably forgot about these very basic things you struggle with. Just even maintaining your temperature was a challenge. Figuring out how to keep yourself cool or how to keep yourself warm.
Again,
Depending on whether you were in wintertime, summertime, I would get these bad sunburns because I just wasn't aware of the sun's heat.
so
And I would
many
stay out in the summer, at the lake or something, and it was scorching hot, and I would get
never
these terrible
once
sunburns.
was the purpose of the game.
Or even like I remember, it took me years just to learn
Once was the purpose of the game
to wear
understand the concept
warmer
that I was
clothes when it
playing.
was cold outside. Like it seems so obvious today. now as an adult, it seems so obvious.
Kind of Kurt
It's cold
Gurley,
outside, grab a coat.
MC Escher,
But like that wasn't even obvious to me.
Douglas Hofstadter,
And like the family
Donald
situation I was growing up with, we had certain financial difficulties when I was growing up. A lot of times we just didn't have money. Like I would need a coat, I would get just like
Look at the way I done landed. I came from a faraway planet. Asked you
I would need that, but I knew, for example, that
Billy, Amanda,
we were out of money
hoodie, hard
certain times of the year.
party.
It was weird. My financial situation, my family had a big influence on me. I'll talk about that a little more.
Pleiades is wisdom on the beat. Making sacred geometry look so obsolete. Discreet with what I speak because it is
we had lots of money.
avoiding distractions and now my soul's
vacations and
hopefully the
extravagant
people
dinners and
notice
stuff
me
like that.
through all my
And in other parts of the
poetry.
year, we had
Open with the
no
potency,
money
I'm
at all. They
spitting
would come
knowledge
out with
globally.
electricity.
I'm soulfully spitting all of this
candles.
speak mythology, so people like to call me Greek. I'm speaking a technique that makes the beat complete. My lyrics are concrete, so keep them on repeat.
My family
Spiritual,
waste that money on like an extravagant dinner.
everything you wanted like a miracle.
Jacket.
This is spiritual, this is lyrical.
Ass backwards.
This
But
is
anyway,
everything you wanted like a miracle.
I grew up in, and you better believe that shaped me very significantly.
Look at the moon, blow up the ceiling.
It shaped my attitude towards money.
Count up these stars while I tell these stories. Fire just the choppers up. Even when the mic is off, I be going hard. I develop the skill to kill like an electric ill. Give you
Think about
electric
sexuality.
through magnetic fields. Electromagnetic compared to us other rappers. Forget it. Just bump this over.
And what struggles existed there, maybe your sexual identity, maybe you didn't feel good about sex because you were more
Observe my hard work, moving through the universe like clockwork. The verse with all the words that I disperse and verse the verbs that I insert. My music is created to immerse the collective population can assert themselves cause of current mental health. Got them feeling overwhelmed. Provide a new parallel so that people can excel. Rebel against the system that is held. Recognize that this human life is for yourself. Now follow me as I lead you into another realm. Spiritual, this is lyrical. This is everything you wanted like a miracle. This is spiritual, this is lyrical. This is everything you wanted like a miracle.
Maybe make you very sexually open and liberal.
Staying married to the game. These other rappers get the forces out. I'm forced to flow like forces. Yeah, this verses, yeah, this chorus. I'm horror scene. No, a young body, but my mind is like set up a senior.
Hurting yourself or bruising yourself. Like I remember when I was younger, I always had like
I came out of the womb. And they was taking tune even when I'm in the zone.
ride a bike and I would
You are what you manifest. Ego equals the intellect. Architect of the alphabet. Speaking Arabic just so that I can reflect.
injuring myself.
The presence of the president is evident. The government can represent the collective resonance, and its regression is putting us in depression. This topic needs some attention. I don't even want to finish the sentence. But here's another lesson on how society is deception. They idolize perfection, minimal comprehension, a brainwashing method, subliminal suggestion, deprivation of connection through a new invention that you need in your possession. Excessive. And I have a question. Does listening to this bring you aggression?
Think about very dangerous situations you face. Maybe strangers that will try to pick you up.
Create this
with
upside down reason. reasoning
with automobiles, with bicycles,
Final virus, from pyramids, from statues. However you absorb the knowledge, I forgot you. Young Messiah's on a mission that's bigger than life. Choose to live with it today so you can sleep at night. With no figures that try to frighten you. Just let these words give you light and truth. Open your heart and your mind, use your tools. Give it to you when it's got physical. It's just a rise of hand. And keep cool.
I mean, it was difficult. Think about it.
Just wait. The multiverse is within you. Everything has been you, don't discontinue. This cosmic consciousness reaching you while you're conscious. Ancient knowledge is transferred into spiritual logic. It is common, you've forgotten that you're awesome. Your spirit can't be put inside a coffin. Broaden your peripherals, meditate with energetic minerals. These syllables are intervals, so don't take them so literal. Be your own individual, unimprovisional, be original. It is pivotal that you realize that you are in control. Only you can bestow change inside your episode. You're not alone inside this world that's cold. I'm trying to reach you through these lyrics that I make inside my studios. I speak through my microphone to lay it through your stereo.
I mean, learning language is so difficult. Now we just use it, it's easy.
The tornado of tomorrow is in your control.
Remember how difficult it was to use
This is spiritual, this is lyrical. This is everything you wanted like a miracle. This is spiritual, this is lyrical. This is everything you wanted like a miracle.
The little arrows. It wasn't a digital one. It was an analog one.
Comprehension is happening right here.
And this is your God. Like I couldn't figure out what the arrows meant. I didn't understand the arrows.
Curiosity Stream has thousands of documentary films and shows available on demand on any device. We're the Netflix for nerds, the Hulu for history buffs,
learning
the Disney
mathematics.
Plus for the
I a lot.
scientist in us. There sure are a lot of streaming services,
like
aren't there?
First 3-4 years.
Stream is the one you definitely
figure out what
need
the
if you're
hell
the type of
mathematics.
nature doc and chill. If you're an armchair astronaut, if you prefer
learning
physics
other
to
aspects
psychics,
of life,
or perhaps you know
struggling
a
through
precocious
school. Think of how much struggle you went through at school.
CuriosityStream.com to learn more and
That
sign
whole
up
ordeal,
today.
12 years of that shit.
Of ego, manipulation, and you can have a pure expression of unity, of oneness, of love, of wisdom, harmony. And so all of our illusory conditioning, it tethers us. So all of these illusions of conditioning, they tether us. And these are the Mirage's neurotic distortions. So the Mirage's neurotic distortions are all of these illusory conditioning tethers where we get triggered by this conditioning because we haven't yet liberated ourselves from this minefield of conditioning. And we haven't created the shift yet into this more and more pure state of awareness, love, light, and then recognize that even that very God-Son I-ness is actually a simulated attribute. The sense of I is even a mirage. It is even a hallucination itself. And so this is the shift into awakening. So it's simultaneously from impurity to purity, and that also creates this turn inward all the way. Or you could say the turn inward all the way is what creates the shift from impurity to purity. And that's what's written here, is that awakening is deconditioning the illusion. Awakening is deconditioning the illusion. So downward causality, think about brains in the truest way. The micro stuff inside them is pushed around by ideas and desires, metaphysical ideas. And ultimately, all of those dualities are transcended between consciousness and physicalism. Concepts, symbols, most adults' daily mental reality. We perceive essentially nothing at the level of the invisible components that intellectually we know we are made out of. We swim in the world of everyday concepts, and it is they, not micro events, that define our reality. So it's more so the way that you relate with a concept or a symbol or a name or a form that defines your reality than it is a neuron. This high abstraction behind the scenes comes to feel like the maximally real entity in the universe. Strange loop that makes an I where it is found, how it arises and stabilizes. And I love this terminology down here, episodic trajectory. So this also relates to future authoring. Episodic trajectory. So this is your North Star, your calling. The more that you can project out and author in the future, the more that you're tied into this North Star, to this calling, to this actualizing of a unique gift into the world. And so that has to do with both this turn inward as well as this expression outward. So I is the root, the God, Son, pure aware being. And what gives rise, what powers I? So you just give that a thought for a moment. Stay with that. What gives rise to I? What powers I? So the very life force itself, from the Big Bang until now, that life force is what powers I. That is me. I am the life force. I'm the entirety of the life force. I'm the entirety of the Big Bang and the universe. I'm that all. I'm all of it. So you're shifting your identity from this contracted person to the entire universe, the God state, and in doing so you liberate yourself of all of your contractions, and you become more and more purely in service to life awakening because you recognize it's all you. So your nature is the very source that gave rise to the hallucination of I. Your nature is the source that gave rise to the mirage of consciousness, experiencing this dream. The I seems to each of us to be the root. Undo the decades of brainwashing by culture and language, the millions of years of human evolution preparing the way. Human brain housing a loop of self-representation. Self-symbol is enriched, rendered more complex by attachment. So the more attached you are to your sense of self, to your sense of I, the more you're triggered, the less you are free, the less you are equanimous. You see there's this deep, profound connection here between I am a strange loop and awakening. It's so profoundly beautiful. Building up my sense of who I am in others' eyes. My self symbol is coalescing out of an initial void. Idealized image one forms of oneself suffer from our neuroses. A fictitious, illusory self, imaginative creation. Illusory self. Aspects of this image are illusory, harmful, neurotic distortions. One tries to change one's own neurotic tendencies, the self reaching in and attempting deliberately to effect deep changes in itself. And that's ultimately the spiritual journey, is to turn inward. So the more that you recognize the truth of your distortions and neuroses, and the more that you reach inward to dissolve that subconscious conditioning with love, light, acceptance, the more you'll create the space for the God state to set in. stuff, I give rise, external action, consequences, bouncing back, metamorphosizing I. So there's a feedback loop that happens and it constantly metamorphosizes the I. And here's another way to say that is the loop of symbols sparking actions and repercussions triggering symbols. Innermost essence locks itself ever more rigidly into our mind. I converges and stabilizes itself. So be more neuroplastic and be less rigid and ossified. It's pretty simple. Be more adaptable, be more elastic, be more empty of I, of self, of concept symbols. Upward leap from raw stimuli to symbols that imbues the loop with strangeness, shape, stable whirl, I, density of I. And we get to this whirl. So the I grew in complexity ever realer to itself. The chance that any alternative I-less way of understanding the world could emerge and compete with it was being rendered essentially nil. So again, this plays so deeply into awakening, the I-less way. So if you don't turn inward and begin deconstructing yourself, you will have this sense of I ossify. So universal soul equals God, highest self-representation. So mosquitoes, dogs, small souls, large souls. Self-representation, far simpler than that of an adult human, and for that reason, a dog has a far smaller soul. Algorithmic equivalent of self-awareness. So one way to look at this is that there's localized electromagnetic algorithm in the dream determines the density of awareness, love, light, all. What's going on in the formless ocean of the dream? There are these electromagnetic ways to understand the density of consciousness, or the awakening consciousness, or the awakening level of consciousness of awareness, love, light. And so that's where you can see both everything as one homogeneous dream substrate, but you can also see it gradiented like the prismatically refracted white light based on these 7 densities, based on the stage of awakening. I am not provable. It's like this. This is trying to prove itself. Like, this is trying to go back, trace itself back to its source and prove itself. So, evolutionary pressures gradually made brains grow more complex and multi-layered. Eventually, categories grew so rich that the system was capable of pointing back at itself. It's not matter, it's energy. So it's not physical, it's spiritual, it's energetic. Keep going. What's below subatomic particles? Quarks. What's below Plancks? Take your subatomic quarks. What's below that? Plancks. What are Plancks? Energy. It ain't the meat, it's the motion. It's not that physical, it's that energetic motion.
You can handle that part. Oh wow, this one's for you.
Oh, thank you. You shouldn't have. Another hero has arrived on the island. Could it be? It's me, the one and only.
Well, I'll give you this. You sure know how to make an entrance.
Ah, very funny. Want to tell the folks at home what we're doing here?
Celebrating the holidays in style.
Someone really needs to stop that guy.
You can handle that part. Oh wow, this one's for you.
To shift our attention to a far higher level of brain activity and able to find symbols, concepts, meanings, desires, and ultimately ourselves. So here's another way to visualize it. You have this third density human, you have the sixth density higher self, the calling, seventh density God. And so you keep attention on North Star calling perpetually, and you make the shift from the person to the God state. The starring role is played instead by an atomically invisible murky thing called I. Shadowy players' ideas, thoughts, memories, beliefs, hopes, fears, intentions, desires. Ethereal, neurology-free world of these players. I, pusher and a mover, star player, useful shorthand for a myriad of infinitesimal entities, and the invisible chemical transactions taking place among them by the billions, nay, the millions of billions every second. Neither species can see or even imagine the lower levels of a reality that is nonetheless central to its existence. One pulsating energy matrix. Many neuroscientists' great familiarity with the low-level aspects of the brain makes them skeptical that consciousness and free will could ever be explained in physical terms at all, an unbridgeable chasm between mind and matter, one conscious infinite energy. See, there's still so much duality that needs to be transcended by awakening. Two are always ultimately one. Simultaneity. So these are visuals of that strange looping. Self-reference, 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 self-reference. This is probably one of the most important visuals that you'll see in the book. This I-ness is the swirling galaxy, and here is your eye, that black hole in the middle of the galaxy, the very illusion flash, hallucination, that has name, concepts, form, family, career, meaning, symbols, all of these things swirling around it. And so you can add a little spectrum here where you have on one side, you have the easier to be empty when you're alone. So when you're by yourself, you're like in the universe. And then when there's 2 people, 5 people, you have a Zoom call, you're at a party, more eyes is more swirls, which makes it harder to be empty because you have all of these things that are triggered. All of these are triggered as these swirls of galaxies come together. We'll have a visual for that in a bit. Professional neuroscientist is not by any means synonymous with understanding the brain deeply, no more than being a professional physicist is synonymous with understanding hurricanes deeply. Sometimes being mired down in gobs of detailed knowledge is the exact thing that blocks deep understanding. The vast swirling galaxy of I-ness, a locus of causality, perceived hard sphericity of that marble in our minds that we attribute to it a reality as great as that of anything we know. Locking in of the I symbol that inevitably takes place over years and years in the feedback loop of human self-perception, causality gets turned around and I seems to be in the driver's seat. Strange loop of selfhood. Human self-perception inevitably ends up positing an emergent entity that exerts an upside-down causality on the world, leading to the intense reinforcement of and the final invincible, immutable locking in of this belief. The end result is often the vehement denial of the possibility of any alternative point of view at all. So a big part of the game is to create more of a bounciness for you to play with your sense of I, with your sense of self. To not get so triggered when that's happening, when awareness is being shined on your conditioning. Elan vital, life force, spirit of the hive, entelechy, holons. Intellect, holons. Emergent self-referential. Emergent self-referential comprehending elan vital. An emergent self-referential comprehending life force. Emergent self-referential comprehending life force. Can't really get much simpler than that in describing the nature of reality. The most important facet of all of those human beings is their own sense of self. So when you have a bare strange loop of selfhood, it does not give rise to a distinct self. It requires contact with something else in the world in order to start acquiring a distinctive identity, a distinctive I. And that's when you can do things like recognize that when people are empty, when they're more like this mirror consciousness, what happens is that their only distinctive sense of identity comes up to serve the unblocking of the entity's blockages. Same members, infinite regress, no answer is yielded. Alright, so here's another important visualization. So in this one you have the chameleon consciousness, organism elasticity, spiral surfer. There are many ways to describe this. On one side, you have that emptiness. On the other side, you have the fullness. On one side, you have the mirror. On the other side, you have the architect. And so on the emptiness, there's no memory, right? You see it dissolving, no memory. But on this full side, on the architect side, you see a conceptual lattice, something that's very polymathic, right? So the whole point of the game is to be able to do both. This is the chameleon consciousness. This is being at that most awakened state and yet also being at the most literate state in science and engineering and form and art and politics and maximizing human potential on that side, meeting sustainable development goals. And that's where this empty desktop analogy continues, where you have that very untriggerable, deconditioned, yet you're accessing concepts as needed to architect. And that's where that Nirmanakaya rainbow expression comes in again. So this is the Nirmanakaya rainbow expression. So that very empty fullness is the Nirmanakaya rainbow expression. It's when you're so beautifully, profoundly empty, and yet you're simultaneously expressing the most pure expression of creation possible in service to it awakening. So the realization of human selfhood is not nearly so automatic and genetically predetermined as that would suggest. Closing of the strange loop of human selfhood is deeply dependent. Perception, categorization, richer and more powerful an organism's categorization equipment is, the more realized and rich will be itself. Poorer an organism's repertoire of categories, the more impoverished will be the self, until in the limit there simply is no self at all. See, so much similarities with awakening. In babies, there exists no strange loop of selfhood, or nearly none, no I, more generous, some minimal dollop of I-ness. Two individuals, each of whom have their own personal identity, their own private strange loop. Part of that private identity is made out of and is thus dependent upon the private identity of the other individual. The more the private identities of the two loops are intertwined, and the more they start to be fused, blurred, and even, to coin a word, undisentangleable from each other. So we'll look at a visual of this soon. There will be many loops of different sizes and degrees of complexity. Me, Tarzan, you, Jane. Our naming convention not only supports but enormously helps to lock in the comfortable notion that we ourselves are cleanly separated entities. Me, Tarzan, you, Jane. End of story. And the exact opposite is true. Language plays a further role, gives us personal pronouns, me, you, reinforce the notion of a crystal clear, sharp distinction between souls. Yeah, I would say that the pronoun I, me, you, that those play one of the greatest roles along with name. And not being able to see under the costume for keeping people asleep to the interdependence and interconnection of all that is. Okay, so here's the visualization. Right, so here's what you get when you put two of these spiral eye galaxies next to each other. So especially if these are, like if this is a family relationship, like you've been together for decades, like this is a minefield basically. And especially if one of them, like this one is in the 3rd density, and so this one is in the 5th density, so this one appears in the 3rd density eye as right here. So you see this here, it's appearing here within this eye's swirl. Whereas this one is appearing here, right, within this swirl. And so here you can see that there's many different shared concepts, memory, symbols. There's a bunch of triggerables over here. And yet this one, because it's 5th density, it's more empty, it's more ascended, and it's holding space for unblocking this one. And so this is how you can view the different chakras and how these entities can help each other. One that's more empty can serve in the unblocking and the awakening of the other one. And that's why the more awakened you are, the more you're responsible for life awakening. So that's a helpful visualization. Two or more bodies sharing a single self. And so you can see this will get a lot more complex once you start adding in a 3rd one, 4th one, 5th one, etc. Wedding ceremony is a soul merger giving rise to a single unit having just one higher level soul, like 2 drops of water coming together, touching, and then seamlessly fusing, showing that sometimes 1 + 1 = 1. Although we were distinct individuals, that distinctness seemed to fade away, to vanish almost entirely when it came to parenthood. The same hopes and dreams can inhabit 2 different people's brains. In some dimensions of life, turned us into a single unit that acted as a whole, much as a school of fish acts as a single-minded higher level entity. And so here you see one person will say something like money, which is one concept, idea, symbol, and this person will think of XYZ, this person will think of 456Z, this person will think of triangle TTP, this person will think of square, square, triangle, circle, this person will think of car, watch. And so you have all these billions of interpretations, some overlap and most don't. So here's the little overlaps. And so now what about if you change the word? If you change the word to dad or love or politics or religion or sports, what kind of will happen in the different senses of I? And so the more empty you are, the less of a that arises. The name Carol denotes for me a very vast pattern, a style. That's his former wife before she passed. Having a significant percentage of the person, their self, their soul, their I, their consciousness, their interiority, would exist at some point along the spectrum, sufficiently large pattern, fraction of the actual pattern of the view from inside. So, Carol's own personal sense of I is represented in my brain.
How that would change your very identity and sense of who you are in the world.
Feeling I was Carol, just as at times she was Doug. Had brought into existence a somewhat blurry, coarse-grained copy of itself in my brain, had created a secondary Gödelian swirl. self structures, lifetime of locking in and self-stabilizing, given rise to an I. So a strange loop: city, country, civilization, galaxy, universe. You view the whole universe like a strange loop. Loops of self are isomorphic with different flavorings. Chameleons import the spices of other people's lives' history, spices that imbue their self-loops with unique individuality. We are capable of seeing the world through their eyes. Their psychic point of view is transportable and modular, not trapped inside. And so good questions and putting people on the chopping block can catalyze awakening. So here you have I1 and I2 are structurally similar, and yet they have different flavors. And so the better that you get at seeing the patterns of these densities of consciousness awakening, the more you can help serve the unblocking of destructive conditioning patterns that prevent people from awakening to the true nature of reality. The true nature of them is God. So a Gödel Turing threshold, a computer can emulate any kind of machine. So one single universal machine morphs into new functionalities. The critical threshold for this kind of computational universality comes at exactly that point where a machine is flexible enough to read and correctly interpret a set of data that describe its own structure. A machine can in principle explicitly watch how it does any particular task step by step. A machine that has this critical level of flexibility can imitate any other machine, no matter how complex the latter is. There is nothing more flexible than a universal machine. Universality is as far as you can go. So imagine becoming universal in your consciousness, in your awareness, and noticing that, great, now I've unlocked this peak level of awakening, so now what I do is I serve the rest of the universe awakening, because it's all me. People are represented by symbols. A self is also a concept, inhabited to varying extents by other eyes. So there's an affinity of souls, rapidly come to know each other's essences, great potential to live inside each other. So you can think about this like let me inside you, especially for a guru or someone that's awakened or someone that's trying to help you. Let me inside you is the fastest way to awaken consciousness, is to recognize that you're being served and to put your psychology, your conditioning, your bullshit on the chopping block. So consciousness is densities of energy patterns. It's very profound. Consciousness as densities of energy patterns. Consciousness of patterns. So the whole one body, one person, one brain, one soul is a caged bird metaphor. Humans are social beings constituting many strange loop patterns. Humans are social beings constituting many strange loop patterns. So there is, of course, a principal domicile, a main brain for each particular eye. An internal conflict between several rival selves. So how many souls? Just one? So the closer you are to one infinite creator, the more there's only one me. So there's no more arguing, there's no more rival selves. Rival selves and arguing come from when the separate person is arguing with the one infinite creator. That's central intelligence. And so this is one of the ways to look at spirituality, is that on this side you have this ego separate sense of self. This is the third density. And then the shift, this is the delta, this is the change to the God self, the seventh density. Pretty simple. The entire spiritual journey is just ending the argument, stopping being the egoic separate self and shifting into alignment with the universe, the God self. They would come to live more and more inside each other. The sense of a clear boundary between them would slowly be dissolved. Our souls really do interpenetrate and blur together. This is also called unilocality. Too messy, too scary an idea for us to deal with, so we insist instead that there is no genuine overlap like distant galaxies. Our lifelong ingrained habit is to accept without question the caged bird metaphor for souls, and it's very hard to break out of such a profoundly rooted habit. So when you really get how reality, everything in reality, every particle interpenetrates every particle energetically, that's when you recognize the unity substrate of all existence, and you stop creating these artificial boundaries between people. Now, there's no separation, but that's not to say that there's not unique individuation, which is cool. There's an individuation in non-duality. A self as analogous to a country with embassies in many other countries. The word love cannot be separated from the word I. Love that one. Such a good one. Consciousness is the dance of symbols. Consciousness is thinking. So just to take you back here for a moment, that when you understand that the I is shared, that this whole electromagnetic dreamed universal field that we are is shared, you understand that that's what love is. That's what absolute love is. And any other human conception of love is absolute blasphemy. It's madness. Take a complex situation and to put one's finger on what matters in it, distill from an initial welter of sensations and ideas to spot the gist. So peak synthesis through. Simplify while not letting essence slip away. Boom. Love that. Okay, so I isn't housed anywhere. Self-reinforcing structure, self-reinforcing story, self-reinforcing myth. I is something created out of nothing. I is a self-referencing mirage. I am hallucinated into existence. I as a hallucination perceived by a hallucination. I as a hallucination hallucinated by a hallucination. So here's the intertwining with spirituality. Taoism and Zen long ago were dismantling and deconstructing, getting rid of the I. The story of an I is a tale about a central essence that never disappears from view. This little pronoun is the nexus of all that makes our human existence mysterious and mystical. Intrinsically self-pointing loop that the pronoun I involves, different from all other structures in the universe. Don't have the ability to see deeply enough into my substrate to make my I poof out of existence. And I wrote lol describing nirvana. So basically when you do have the ability to see deep enough into the substrate of your existence to make your I poof out of reality is nirvana, being blown away, being blown out. But most people are so stuck in their I that they can't access this door to cessation of the I. So they won't taste nirvana until they turn inward. A level crossing feedback loop whose apparent solidity dominates the reality of everything else in the world. This I, this unreal but unutterably stubborn marble in the mind, this epiphenomenon, simply takes over, anointing itself as reality number one, and from there on out it won't go away. No matter what words are spoken. Self-inquiry, the turn inward, objectifying sensations and perceptions and recognizing them as not I, liberates you, creates more equanimity, creates more freedom. And then that's where you recognize the formless existence of that very black hole comprehending infinite creation. Om. So again, a big part of awakening is turning inward and investigating the sense of I. So I is like paper money, a hallucination, yet supports the whole economy. So decentralization is like the social memory complex. So ultimately, the I is a hallucination, and yet paradoxically, it is the most precious thing we own, as Dan Dennett points out in Consciousness Explained. An I is a little like a bill of paper money. It feels as if it is worth a great deal, but ultimately it is just a social convention, a kind of illusion that we all tactically agree on without ever having been asked, and which, despite being illusory, supports our entire economy. And yet the bill is just a piece of paper with no intrinsic worth at all. So again, it's a great analogy. I is like the paper money, a hallucination, yet it supports the whole economy. And decentralization of the I, or of the paper money, into Bitcoin is like the social memory complex. That's what we are evolving to in the evolution of consciousness, is towards that social memory complex that's transparent, that's honest, no lies, deception. The strange loop of selfhood will automatically arise in any sufficiently sophisticated repertoire of categories. Once you've got self, you've got consciousness. Various universes to be entities inside of a greater metaverse. So
That's nice, man.
The metaverse contains all of these possible universes.
I was making something that look like this. On this app, you can make a character, make a whole building. I made a gallery to put my art in there. Yeah.
So Mohandas Gandhi, Eleanor Roosevelt, Mother Teresa, Martin Luther King. More conscious, greater souls. Magnanimity, generosity, Latin, having a great soul. Mahatma, great soul. Etymology, compassion, Latin, suffering along with. That's great. So the more you turn up your compassion, the more you're able to suffer along with people, and then to help them unblock and awaken and provide planetary architectures to support that process. And that's what creates this having a great soul. So tuning into awakening, all that is the largest soul, God. So the more that you tune into the vibration of awakening all of life, that's when you're tapped into that God soul. So partial internalization of other creatures' interiority will most clearly marks off creatures who have large souls from creatures that have small souls. So the more that you can take on that other perspective, the more large of a soul you have. So a yardstick for measuring consciousness can also be thought of as musical taste, which is really interesting. If you think about it, typically the more that people listen to the most mainstream music, or the more that people eat at the most mainstream fast food restaurants, or the more that the people that consume the most mainstream sources of news and television and media, you can think about that like the smaller or of a soul, or the dimmer of a light of consciousness that they have. Those who strike us as selfless are in fact very soulful. They house many other souls inside their own, enlarges and enriches it. So experiencing consciousness, selfless is soulful. The power to know is consciousness, is pure, bare, and empty, and that is the root experience. Consciousness is the root experience. The power to know is the root experience. Selfless people are soulful. The gulf between our self and other selves. And so awakening is dissolving this gulf. Identity, I-ness, inner light, interiority, me-ness is more like a shimmering, elusive rainbow. So again, shift identity from person to God. I love this ending. It's so fantastic. In the end, we self-perceiving, self-inventing, locked-in mirages are little miracles of self-reference. Our very nature is such as to prevent us from fully understanding its very nature. Human beings, like rainbows and mirages, are unpredictable self-writing poems. The strange loop characterization of our essences gives us a deeper and subtler vision of what it is to be human. The loss of this I, of this self, is worth the gain. So I, essence, is self-writing mirage. So I, in essence, is a self-writing mirage, a self-inventing hallucination, which is required for us to experience realities. We have to have this simulated sense of I for us to be able to have the experience of being a universe. So dissolving I/self is massive gains, awakening. So again, dissolving the I, sense of self, is massive gains. This is awakening. It's worth the
goal. For a lot of people, a lot of seekers, their goal is to eradicate suffering. Like they're asking, why did you get on a spiritual path? I was suffering. But for me, it was just, I just wanted to, quote unquote, like we talked about in the first episode, I wanted to know what the, first I wanted to know what the fuck this Frankian thing is. And after I see through that, this Frankian thing is just a projection.
A society of interacting.
So what the fuck is doing hallucinating? What the fuck is reality?
A fairly accurate self-image and less accurate image of others, often based on very quick and inaccurate glances. So people that are good friends know each other well, whereas strangers have rough, partial, or vacuous representations of each other. This is really important when people are asked about, hey, what do you think or feel about this person? It's like, I'm not good friends with them. They're a stranger to me. You know, I'm one with them, but they're a stranger to me. I don't have any representation. And so we are so quick to judge, especially on the internet, people that we don't even know. Much of the structure of the I involves pointers that point right back at the abstraction I and not just at the body. So literally I is pointing at itself, the abstraction of I. It's not pointing at the body. Like, I'm not talking about my knee. I'm talking about a memory, which is a total abstraction. Deep entangled self-model is what I-ness is all about. So I-ness is the deep entangled self-model. This was beautiful. So Sir Roger Penrose, who won the Nobel Prize in Physics in 2020, who has a cyclic cosmology, again playing on infinity and recursion. Consciousness is a novel kind of quantum phenomenon, which views consciousness as an intrinsically quantum mechanical phenomenon. Again, that very electromagnetic substrate that is this dream has these whirls of I-ness. So consciousness is uniformly pervading everything in the universe. So you have both the simultaneity between the one homogeneous existence and substrate, the awareness, love, light. Meanwhile, it's also gradiented, refracted, prismatically, and so you have those 7 densities where you have the distinctions, where you have somebody that feels like a contracted person, you have someone else that feels like an awakened God. One person that's trying to serve themselves and get peace and happiness out of creation versus the other person that's completely empty of all self-interest and they're just purely serving creation awakening. They bring peace and happiness to everything. To you, my faithful reader, who has plowed all through this book up to its nearly final page. I love bits like that. They're really important because we're living in a culture where we have more and more people that for some reason are not prioritizing doing things like this, where you can get through this book, you can do this in a matter of days. Like you can read 100 pages a day, and so you can get through a 400-page book like this in 4 days. That's about what it takes me when I'm seriously dedicated. But that usually means that I'm reading like something like 6 hours a day. Sometimes more, like 8. And so if you're dedicating yourself like that, what will happen is you will be able to fire and wire so much of the beauty. You'll extract the beauty of this. It's so saturated with beauty. You know, you're basically getting Douglas Hofstadter's most profound realizations distilled into a book that you can finish in 4 days. And you're going to learn way more from that than you will from trying to scroll on a social media platform and try and get information. You're not going to get information as deeply embedded as you will from these types of processes. So I highly recommend picking up I Am a Strange Loop, picking up Gödel Escher Bach, picking up just your favorite authors' books around self-actualization, self-realization, the nature of reality, all the good stuff, and reading. And so I'm really grateful to you, Doug. Thank you. Such a good book, brother. Thank you. Thank you. And also thanks everyone for tuning in. We love you very much. I love you very much. Thank you. And I hope this video distillation brought you tremendous value. I want to share with you another sort of visualization. So here you can see another way of sort of viewing what we were exploring there is that, for example, if you take this Big Bang and then you view it as this one intelligence, right? This Big Bang is this one intelligence, and a fractal emergence, so something that's self-similar yet chaotic, so this fractal emergence, and then boom, all of these galaxies. And so you have this comprehension mechanism, right? So the sense of I that emerges is a comprehension mechanism for this one intelligence to understand itself. And that's where you can draw these parallels, where you see that this absolute black hole pupil is the comprehension mechanism. And then you have this God, Sun, Star as the enlightenment, right? So all these stars, so all these solar systems in this galaxy. And here you have the very act of perception itself, the very act of awareness or consciousness itself as God, as enlightenment, light. And then you have the planets, the people, the iris. So these planets, people, and iris as the unique differentiation. So these planets are different. The people on the planets are different. The iris is different for each of us. That DNA is 0.1% different for each of us. And that's the unique differentiation of the costume, of the name, of the form, of the shape of the wave. But yet the ocean is what everything is. And so that's where you get this absolute black hole. That's where you get these suns. That's where you get that enlightenment, that pure aware consciousness. Bare, empty. That formless power to know is a quality that's shared. And so that's how you can view this, is that a galaxy looks so similarly to a pupil, to the eye. So the galaxy system and the eye system, so similar like that. So one intelligence, fractal emergence, comprehending itself. It's quite beautifully simple. So again, thanks everyone. I would love to hear how you feel in the comments below about what we discussed. And if the video brought you value, I'd love for you to give it a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. Also share the video with people that you feel like this would profoundly impact. And also do continue drawing the analogies between this I am a strange loop and awakening. That'll be really helpful. And the links are in the bio below to I Am a Strange Loop if you want to go and purchase it. And also to our own links in the bio if you want to join our support. Those links are below. I am a strange loop. 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 Hey. I am a strange loop. 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 Hey. I am a strange loop. Hey. I am a strange loop, one infinite mystery, infinite mystery, infinite mystery. I am a strange loop, hey. I am a strange loop, hey. Infinite mystery, infinite mystery. So relax. Fall in love with yourself. You're beautiful, perfect, as you are. Radically love and accept yourself and all of your bullshit, trauma, conditioning nonsense. And create the space for yourself to be God, to be the infinite mystery that this all is, to be the shared infinite oneness that this all is, and to love it all like that, and to serve it with honor. Infinite love.
Aaron Apke, welcome to Simulation.
Alan, thank you for having me, man.
Thanks for
Glad to be
coming.
with you.
So good. Yeah. So pumped for our convo, bro.
Me too. I was looking through your YouTube channel and I was like, oh, he's had a bunch of my friends on. This will be fun.
And same thing with you. Same thing with you.
Yeah.
Having so many conversations with my friends. So we're like overlapping in the same networks. The background in A Course in Miracles and Law of One, parsing all of the planet's repositories for truth, wherever we can find it in the mystic traditions and retreats. Yeah, and now being able to share with other people sort of like an accelerated, with our other selves, the accelerated path, the direct path that doesn't get too lost, doesn't go through too much of the noise. Yeah, that's what I've noticed about our some similarities. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, why waste time, right?
Yeah. Actually, I think this is a great place to start. Actually, if you were to give like your distilled version of what you found out to be like the nature of reality. Yeah, like how would you describe it?
The nature of reality, huh? Yeah, it's like there's less you can say about it, really. It becomes so much more epic as your awareness expands that there's less and less. I think it's more difficult to describe it. But this is what's so interesting for me to talk about is that you had mentioned wanting to talk a little bit about the idea that gaining tons of spiritual knowledge can actually take you farther from reality sometimes and fatten the spiritual ego more. And I think we've all experienced that for sure. And it's possibly even a necessary and inevitable part of the awakening path. But at a certain point, you learn that your concepts can't actually bring you to reality, right? That the things you know and learn don't actually touch reality, that it has to be experienced and lived and embodied. And that calls for a very Zen approach of the sort of like the Wu Wei approach of non-action. Like, I'm going to stop predicting, analyzing, thinking I know, living from conceptuality. I'm going to just start living from spontaneity, just being with what is without trying to know it or understand it with the mind. Just accept what is, surrender to what is, and let it do whatever it wants to do in me. And I just trust that that supreme power that is moving all of life is just doing its work. Like the medicine is going to work in me. And it almost seems like a cheat code, right? Because you're like, actually, I do less and less and evolve more and more as I go along. So that's what's been really exciting for me to talk about lately.
Nice. Cool. So there's a couple threads there we can pull on. One of them is like just how simple it is when referring people to like the nature of reality to just recognize that this is consciousness talking to itself.
Yeah.
and then it's like, oh, that makes sense. Like I can see how that's unity. I can see how that's oneness. And then like another good one is that like when will you come to the end of exploring an unbounded map? You'll never come to the end. Like that's what infinity is. You'll never come to the end of exploration, of expansion, of possibilities, of potential. And so then that one, and then like playing on what you said, I love that point, and I think this is another great topic for us to touch on. Is I think this probably happened for both of us, where we picked up a lot of concepts and a lot of knowledge, and there was a conceptual, intellectual mind that was quite active, and it was. And it's interesting because as soon as I relax that, and I'm sure same case for you, like the relaxation of that is exactly what opened up a deeper state of emptiness, of self-interest. And there was, yes, and then the Buddhist anatta, that no self, ended up becoming more and more apparent in experience, and then the capital S self, this roaring S God self, is all that is left in terms of seeing itself everywhere, in everyone, in everything. And so the what isness, like you described, in terms of just allowingness, the devotionalness to it, like you said, it's medicine. Like life is medicine. That's so good. Yeah, actually play on that a little bit more, and like what you've seen with the people that you're serving, and them like waking up to that process of like letting go of the conceptual and just letting that life as medicine, oneness sort of do itself.
Yeah. Well, that's an important part of teaching anyone, I think, in this space, is that you must always turn them back to themselves, turn them back to their life, and understand, as much as these teachings may be helpful or feel expansive, ultimately they won't apply in you or flourish in you until you take them to reality and live them out and try them out, right, in your life experience. And I think that's what devotion means to me, is that when we realize that the supreme guru is life, and that's the only thing I need to devote myself to, then you just start paying really close attention, right? And there's something shifts inside of you, that there's, just like when you're in love with anything, to be in love with something really is to be devoted to it. So when you see reality as it is, and you had just asked, how would I define reality? One of the ways I think I experience reality is, I don't know how to put it into words, I might say something like aching beauty. Beauty that almost just annihilates you, right? You start tuning into it all the time, in that when you're chasing knowledge at the beginning of the journey, perhaps there's a desire to have these transcendent experiences. There's a desire for the mystical moment, the mountaintop, mind expanding, mind altering experience, and there's nothing wrong with those. Those are great and very helpful for sure. But then we get addicted to them and chase them, and we overlook the ordinariness, which is also infused with reality and with Brahman and expansion. And because the mind is looking to reality as being a mountaintop experience, it sort of says, yeah, like that altered state that I achieve, and the oneness, the unity, cosmic consciousness, that's reality. And then I come back down to normal life, and it's not reality. It's less valid or something like that. And you start to see through that subtle judgment, that layer of judgment in the mind that you just had overlooked for so long, and you go, wow, I've been classifying reality in categories, and it doesn't have categories. They're, just to sit here and sip my tea in the morning is, a perfect expression of all that is. And so we stop overlooking those things and find that they're also infused with beauty, almost to the point where you're experiencing that beauty in everything you do, that sometimes I feel like I almost have to shut it out a bit so I can function normally. Like you could be maybe in a conversation with someone, and like you just become overwhelmed with the essence of the creator, the expression of the creator that's like beaming off of them, and you can start to get blissed out and and you're sort of like, man, I gotta come back to this conversation because I'm not even paying attention to what they're saying. You know, it can be like that. It can be overwhelming, and you want to be overwhelmed by it, but you also want to be able to be in the world all the time and be present with what is. So it takes integration, right? There's a balance that has to be struck within you of stabilizing in that state. And I think that's probably why a lot of beings and realized masters who, when they're going through their awakening, they go to isolation for a long time because maybe they want to let that process play out without all the distractions. And then at a certain point, they feel stabilized in it and they can come back out into the world and teach. You know, I think a bit of that plays out in our lives for those of us who maybe can't go hide in a cave for 10 years and meditate. Life is teaching us always how to integrate a non-dual awareness with living in the world of duality and paying my bills, writing my emails, having conversations, right? All the ordinariness, you find it's just as divine. There really is no distinction between duality and non-duality. Non-duality isn't better or more valid. It's like they both are an expression of the one. And so I think that's devotion, right? Is realizing that and seeing that life is my greatest teacher. And so whatever life is doing is what I want to be doing.
Oh, so good. I love that. So there's two things there that I think are great. I think it was Da Vinci. Yeah, life being the greatest teacher, nature being the greatest teacher. And also just in general, like, is that not obvious that like that life itself is like a processing system? That life is infinity just processing and actualizing potentiality.
Yes.
Like it's really becomes evident, and then it's you called it like an aching beauty, because it's like the polarities, the duality, non-duality are the same, or the simultaneity of them is really important. So you have like another way to say that is maybe like a graceful fire of sorts. Like
I like that.
This is a for sure a fire. Like all of the everything that's happening with awakening, but also even at like a cellular level with like the manufacturing of proteins and all this type of stuff. It's a fire. It's movement. It's impermanence. But it's so graceful in the sense of like it's so beautiful. It's like you said, you can get warped. Just your awareness can be so saturated with love and light that you're just like drooling at the love that is present, and it's just so like it's just nourishing, right? That level of love, and when you sort of see that as the mountaintop and where you were are one thing, and then right, so then there's like the anchoring then, or like the integration of said realization and awakening into the just classical everyday life and in service. That's really, you know, one of the big things that we communicate is the integration of awakening into daily life and into especially into service, into serving the collective.
Yeah, integrated awakening is what it's all about, because I think when we talk, you know, you mentioned how non-duality and duality are one and the same, and there's no real distinction. You know, I think we need to really let that sink in and what the implications of that mean, because it's so easy for the ego to grab onto a shiny non-duality concept and use it to really bypass the world of duality, which is why I love the Law of One, as I'm sure you do, because Ra makes sure to make that point where it's like, look, yes, self-realization requires you to accept that you are the creator and be that and step into that knowledge, but also rest in the balanced awareness of being a soul on an evolutionary journey that has some distortions to be seen and worked out. Both are at the same time true. And I see in non-duality circles a lot, it's a very tempting escape route for the ego to say, oh, I've seen the ultimate reality, and it's nothingness arising out of nowhere, happening for nobody. So there's no one to look inside anymore. There's no one to inquire. There's nobody here. And so when triggers happen, they're like, no, no one to look inside, nothing to devote to. There's just nothing. And it's, you know, it's true from the ultimate sense, right? That is the highest possible teaching. But if we're trying to grab onto that too early, it just becomes another weapon for the spiritual ego to delay our realization with, because we have this concept that we think is the ultimate reality. And I always want to say, you know, that's technically true. There's nobody to look inside and all of that. But I know that's not your lived experience, because you wouldn't be talking about it like this if it was. Right? It's the ego is professing how enlightened it is through you. And so for you, it's like, no, you can know that that's true. Yep, there's no one to look inside, and say, well, if there's no one to look inside, why do you keep telling me to do it? It's like, you know, maybe don't worry about that so much. Just keep looking inside, right? Keep finding the division within yourself, becoming aware of it, bringing it back to truth. And when your awareness is ready for that realization, the true non-dual realization of there is no person, there's no one looking inside, there's just looking is happening, but no one's doing it, right? When you're actually ready for that to drop in and be embodied, it will just happen to you, right? It'll just occur to you. You'll see it in your lived experience. It'll connect somewhere in a deeper place of awareness, and there'll be such a peace and a grounding from it of like, oh, almost like a joke was played on me, and now I see it. There isn't a doer of actions. There's no one healing itself. You know, that's just going on as the creator's having this dream of itself. But I am that. So I always like to encourage people not to be in a rush to claim those high-level concepts, because I think this is why ancient masters for thousands of years in the Buddhist tradition and Hindu traditions have kept those teachings for very, very, very advanced disciples, and they don't give those things to newcomers, right, as often, because they know it's so tempting for spiritual ego to grab that kind of a truth and use it and weaponize it. And so they really just want to teach their newer disciples service to others, right? Devote yourself to the higher truth, and just the basics of awakening. And once that has been integrated to a certain extent, then there's actually the bandwidth in you, I think, to understand non-duality in a way that doesn't fatten up the spiritual ego.
Perfect. Yeah, and this plays directly into true simultaneity as well. Like, if you can hold all of it at once as well, like if you like distilling down the nature into the most simple and direct pointing possible is amazing, and like that's what should be the target, and not something that's long, convoluted, unneeded. And so when you do visit things like simultaneity of being able to both be a seeming individual that has soul, that has lessons, that etc. on behalf of the one, and yet also at the same time having a duality where there was a veil of forgetting, and I did forget that I was the one, and now I apparently woke up through this veil, and now am the one. And non-duality, which was I was the one the entire time, and there are no individuals, and there's only the one forgetting and remembering itself. And I think that that's a really good way to put it, is a true simultaneity of all of those things. And if you can put that into like the first, when somebody says, what's my nature, when they seek, is to provide them with that simultaneity off the bat, then they also don't go into the fattening of the spiritual ego and all of the rabbit holes that distract them for years. And
I mean, in a sense, the fattening of the ego will serve them as well. You know, like we said in the beginning, this probably happens to virtually everyone on the awakening path at some point, and there's a lot you learn from that. But it's interesting how much we can expedite the journey, those processes of the journey, by, you know, having good little pointers and signposts. Say, hey, just watch out for this. You know, just watch out for the way ego loves to grab onto these shiny concepts and start parroting them around. And I even see a lot of non-duality keyboard warriors out there, you know, who are like disagreeing with everyone's post about everything. No, you're all wrong. So you're infusing ego into this. There's no person. And they just get on there, man, and they're just ripping through people's Instagram posts. And I'm like, see, I don't think the Buddha would be on Instagram, you know, rebuttaling everyone for their non-duality.
Yeah, it's so good. Yes. There's almost a hilarity of the simplicity that it was, but that was being overlooked. And so that's another reason why Buddha and so many others are just rumored to just be like, there's more enlightenment present in this flower than there is in the spiritual texts. And just, yeah, like, so, and that plays into what we were saying about falling in love with just the sip of tea, and falling in love with the breath itself, and falling in love with seeing the one in the eyes of the apparent other, and just doing that so much to where you just channel love, you emanate love, you are love. And then life becomes much easier too, because you don't suffer, you don't cause suffering, you shine love everywhere, you serve life that way, and like what else do you want? Like, there's nothing else except that. Yeah.
You're so nailing it, man. I find that to be more and more true as time goes forward, that love is always the most cutting edge thing to me. Doesn't it seem that way? Like, people can get stuck in concepts about emptiness, and you know, the ultimate state is the void, is voidness, and just being lost in this emptiness, no mind, you know, perfect silence. And that is an aspect of the natural state, absolutely. But if there's no love there, it's like it's sort of dry and tasteless. It's not that interesting. But even in, you know, what's happening in the world right now, or an interpersonal conflict you have with someone, and when you're able to bring love into that, rather than just, I think sometimes we can, especially when we get good at becoming pure awareness and just being the witness of life, just being the observer, we can almost put life at a distance, because you're like, I'm just the witness, nothing's happening. It's like, that's true in one sense, from the absolute sense, but there's also the relative, which says that a lot is happening, a lot of evolution is happening, a lot of catalyst is happening, and life wants you to meet that, but it requires love to meet it. You have to love reality. Otherwise, there will be a part of you that can use emptiness as another sneaky way to kind of put life at an arm's distance, because you're just sort of dismissing everything as it's just a rising of mind, it's nothing, right? And I find that love is more cutting edge than that, isn't it? It's just more radical. It takes more gumption, I think, to go there, to meet life with an open heart. And that's the beauty we're talking about when we say, like, the sip of tea can just overwhelm you with bliss, because you do experience ultimate reality in it. You experience the divine in something so seemingly ordinary that it blows you away that the divine is so all-pervading in everything. You're like, man, there's nowhere I can look that I don't see ultimate reality expressing itself.
Yes.
And that to me is bliss. That's joy.
Yes. Ah.
Yeah, there it is.
Yes. Oh, so good. And I love how you said that, with love being the cutting edge, that in order for you to meet the school that life is for itself, that to come with the love for the school for itself, like showing up with love for school. Otherwise the catalysts come, and like you said, there's not a showing up with love for the catalyst that I generated for myself, versus showing up with love every moment is like, oh, if I just reached too fast to grab my water and knocked it over, that is just a reflection of how fast I was moving, that I wasn't moving with love and with gentleness and sensitivity. And mindfulness. So there's so many like examples like this, and love is also present when we interact with each other. Is like right now seeing love talking to itself. When we said earlier, consciousness talking to itself. When we say the one talking to itself, the one is awareness, love, and light. So this is love talking to itself. And to really feel that is to feel no separation. And then when all of those last bits of separation dissolve, the only thing that's left is just that love and that light and service. Because then and I'm sure this actually comes up quite a bit. I feel like we have so much to talk about, and one of the things that I think might be most interesting for us and also for our audiences is the most common patterns. We talked about the spiritual ego grasping concepts and getting overinflated and that type of thing. we oh man, there's so many good things that we could talk about, like how to find the most signal the fastest is another good one to talk about. But I would also like to talk about how what shows up most common in terms of like lack beliefs, in terms of people feeling unworthy or separate, or like they want validation from the outside world, and then how do you help them like see, like to transmute that. So let's do that, and then I'll also want to talk about like creativity as well as another thing, desire.
Nice. Yeah, can you repeat that question one more time?
So what are the most common lack beliefs that are showing up, and how do you help your the people you serve transform that?
Yeah, I think one of the most pervasive lack beliefs is exactly what we've been saying here, which is the belief that any aspect, any moment of life is lacking total enlightenment, in any way. We do that to ourselves all the time. Some moments are holier than others, some moments are more spiritual than others, and that's a huge lack belief that has to be corrected if we are to see Supreme Guru teaching, speaking through everything.
So good, bro. Yeah, keep going.
I would for sure start with that one.
Yeah.
In my masterclass, one of the things I cover is I go into what I call the 3 beliefs of ego, which sort of speak to the 3 negative emotions that we suffer from, which I would classify as sadness, or really just lack, belief that I'm incomplete, sadness, anger, and fear. And that there's 3 kind of core beliefs that the ego is only ever pulling from one of these 3 beliefs to create the thoughts that take us away from truth. And the first belief is the belief in lack. If you had to verbalize it, it would be like, I am incomplete. I'm not enough. Something is just missing inherently, right?
Yeah.
And so that belief creates the foundation for the second belief, which is basically that my happiness or my fulfillment depends on outcomes.
Yes.
Things outside of me will fulfill me, right? External fulfillment is the second belief. And that belief causes anger, because anytime we're trying to get fulfillment from the world and we get blocked from our fulfillment or our attachments, that creates anger in the system. Anger is like the energy the emotional body creates to blast through that wall that's blocking me, right? Use more force to get through it and get the outcome I want. So that's the second belief. And then the third one is also follows suit from the second one, which is I am the doer. I'm in control. So we have I'm incomplete, my happiness depends on outcomes, and I am the doer of actions, which is a funny sort of paradox or contradiction. I love how A Course in Miracles actually says the ego is a contradiction, because we know the ego believes it's lacking, but at the same time it also believes I'm the all-doer. I'm the doer of everything. I'm the controller, the initiator of experience. I'm doing all of it. But like both can't be true, right? You can't be lacking and incomplete and unworthy and inadequate and be the doer of everything. So they contradict one another, but ego just doesn't let us notice that, right? That our beliefs about who we are totally contradictory. So that belief in lack has to be corrected first, because it kind of sets the foundation for the other 2 that follow. And if you can correct the belief in lack, and you knew that there was absolutely nothing lacking, which is a very deep conviction, I think, that has almost endless depth to it, then you would not believe that there's anything outside of you that can fulfill you. That would be seen as an absolute illusion. And you would also not be able to believe that you're the independent doer of actions, because absolute total abundance also implies there's no lack of action being done. There's no lack of motion activity. All of it is abundantly provided already by reality. So I'm just witnessing it. I'm just enjoying it. I'm just experiencing it. It's all happening of its own accord. That to me is the state of like absolute abundance, where there's nothing I can claim credit for, because I'm just absolutely overflowing with that sense of inner fulfillment. And that's the state of the Tathagata, right? Is one who is not divided at all within. It's a state of just non-division, non-separation. And so really, it's, to me, solving the belief in lack is that daily journey of looking inside and saying, where am I divided in myself? what division still exists within me, and how can I bring that division back to love, back to unity?
Beautiful. So good. I love the first point on the transformation of lack belief, because then if from source, if the first, and this is what Buddha taught with dependent origination, if the first thing that's coming from emptiness, from void, from sourcefulness is a belief in lack, then that's going to create separation, fear, anxiety, wanting to extract happiness from material objects, relationships, substances. I love that, because it goes right at the heart of it, which is if you know what nature is from source, then you know there's never any lack, and you know that, like, I am absolute Sat Chit Ananda, existence, consciousness, split. Man, does everything just flow from that. So to shift oneself from lack, believing lack is possible, is first and foremost. That's that's so good, because it's at the source, it's at the root. And then the fruits shift, because the fruits change based on the root nourishment. If the root nourishment is deprived, which it is, it's deprived if you believe in lack, then the fruits are going to be, they're not going to be fruits. And that's why then there's like sadness, depression, anxiety. But if the roots are nourished because true knowledge is present in the entity, then it's so clear that the fruits that emanate are service to others. The fruits that emanate are wholeness. It's wholeness. I love that. I love the going directly to absolutely nothing is lacking. That's so direct.
Yeah. Well, as you know, like, the emotions we feel are just the effects of our thinking, our belief system. So by the time I feel sadness or anger or fear, something's already gone astray in my mind. And so I just, simply teach to start back engineering that emotion. Sit with the emotion, feel it, and be like, hey, what message are you trying to tell me? And I find whenever there's sadness, hopelessness, weariness, depression of any kind, and you really sit with that emotion and inquire into it, express yourself to me, it will always say, I'm lacking something. That's where the sadness originates. So then, once you know that that's actually the cause of sadness, is the belief in lack, then you just have to question lack itself. Does lack apply to reality? Does it exist in reality? And of course, you find that it doesn't exist except for as a figment. You can never point to lack, right? You can't show lack, demonstrate lack, prove it, put it on a scale. You can't do that. So sitting with that awareness over and over through inquiry just allows it to become a deeper conviction. And the conviction naturally flourishes within you as that feeling of peace or as bliss.
Yeah. And I like how you pointed to metacognition. That's one of probably the most important entry points for people, is when you feel sadness or suffering, is to just gain a level of an increase in awareness, or an increase in perspective, or to just use your breath to just slow down and to see, like, what is this negative emotion trying to teach me? And it's usually that I'm believing in lack right now, or that because you don't. The interesting thing is, you don't ever feel that when you're serving people. When it's an unbelievable freedom that's felt when you're in pure service, when the directional arrow is so directed toward the other self's heart and just focus on them, that there's so much freedom and felt there. That's when you 100% know lack's not possible.
It goes back to what Christ said about when you serve, when you give, don't let your left hand know what your right hand's doing. I mean, don't let your ego take credit for the service. How noble am I? How loving am I? But serve for the sake of service, because you see the Creator, you see God in them, and you can't not love it and devote yourself to it. And that to me is like the pinnacle of achieving a state of non-dual awareness, is that when you just love truth for the sake of truth, I think that's when you talk about the direct path, the accelerated path. That's when awareness, the expansion of awareness, begins to be really accelerated. Because when your heart is like absolutely immovably devoted to truth for the sake of truth, not because it enhances me or makes me more wise or any of that, which I wouldn't say that that's wrong, but just because truth is reality. And I want what's real and what's true because it's true. It's part of my nature.
Exactly.
When you become devoted to truth from that position, awareness becomes like the sharpest dagger you've ever wielded. It just starts to catch anything that's based in untruth. Because when you're in love with someone, you don't have to, it doesn't take any effort to be devoted to them when you're madly in love with them, to notice whatever thoughts in you are not in alignment with that integrity of love. You notice them quickly and easily. But it's when you're not devoted to something that ego can begin to take your attention away to other things. So being devoted to truth for the sake of truth, doing service for the sake of service, like that's karma yoga, right? It really is one of the most immediate, direct routes to liberation.
Fuck yes. And okay, so then this is what in Master Your Mind, that's the core, one of the core teachings that you'll be communicating.
Yeah, we just go really deep into the 3 beliefs and see the infinite variety of ways that they show up in our daily experience, because it's just about becoming aware, right? And if we don't know what to look out for, then we won't catch it. So we give a lot of practices, and every day they're doing the meditations on that module, the teaching in lack or external fulfillment, and it's just like sharpening my awareness of those energies so that when they show up, I just start to catch them quicker and quicker, right?
Yep. That's the metacognition component to it.
Right.
The Master Your Mind is teaching metacognition, and it's so good. I love that. So then that 8-week course is something we're teaching. Is that's the beginning of 2022?
That one's just year-round, like an evergreen kind of thing.
It's also evergreen. Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So anyone who signs up for that, as soon as you sign up, you get access to Module 1, and each module opens up 1 week later. So that one is kind of an anytime thing. The Living the Course program begins January 1st through December 31st.
Okay. Yes. Sweet. And that's a Course in Miracles, the Living the Course. Cool. And that's year-long. So I love this. I also love Aaron so much because he distills out what he learns into courses. So this is another really important thing for our audiences, is like, if you want to integrate, one of the best ways to integrate is to be like, what did you learn? Like, well, what happened? Like, what is metacognition? Like, you tell me how to handle a negative emotion. And then that's great, because then if you turn awareness on itself and its process, you unite more and more intimately with the one and its nature, and you learn how to teach your other selves in the process. Because now look at what Aaron has. Aaron has this massive library of his content that he's put into evergreen courses. So it's also not something that he has to keep his attention on, which is another good thing for everybody to consider, is like, well, there's new strategies that exist where you can package in your content over a period of 8 weeks. So you make videos, 2 videos for each week, let's say, and then those 16 videos are able to people to access anytime they want as an evergreen course. And so it's so good. And then you get to collaborate with other people as well, like on your other projects, the Loveland Book Club as well, along with the Living the Course, is that you get to build great relationships with people that you can co-create these courses with. So if somebody else is like waking up with you, it's a perfect opportunity for you guys to both sit down and like, hey, let's design something around what we've experienced and share that with our friends. And so it's just it's a cool feedback loop of the one teaching itself to teach, learn, and teach.
Yeah, I totally agree that one of the best parts about doing any course or program, and there's so many good ones out there, is the community that you get to go on the journey with. It really does so much of the work for itself. Just being in community with other people, devoting themselves to these truths and doing the work every day with other people, it's I can't remember where this is. I feel like it's in one of the Vedas, but they list the five essential components for self-realization. You know, stillness of mind is one, compassion for all beings, love for all equally is one, and one of the five that they list is satsang, community with the wise, with others. And so whether it's, you know, there's Bentino's course or one of your courses or one of my courses, you get with people who are all doing that work, and it just crystallizes and compounds in such a way that it just seems exponentially more direct than trying to go it alone. And there's nothing wrong with that either, but if you're looking for the most immediate direct route, if you don't want to waste time, then I think get into a community of people that are doing this work, whatever the work is, and that will be probably the best thing you can do for your spiritual growth.
Yes. Oh, so good. So good. It's so true. Because like the faster that you surround yourself with people that you like, everybody's experienced this. You put yourself into a community or around other people smarter than you become smarter really quickly. And so find like whatever your North Star is. And, if that is awakening, then find the most awakened communities and enter yourself into them. But if it's just business for now, right? If it's just like making money for now, what do you want to do? You want to surround yourself with people that are wealthy and that like know how to. And so it's the same style of satsang applies to all.
Literally everything, right? Whether you're an athlete, what do athletes do? You know, wrestlers, when they want to go to the Olympics, they go to an Olympic training center and they train with the best wrestlers on earth. In any sport, it's like this. Musicians, you want to play with the best musicians you can because they're going to sharpen you. It's absolutely no different with spiritual seeking.
Consciousness, Olympics of consciousness, baby. Like athletes of consciousness.
I love it. Olympics of consciousness.
It's so good, huh?
Yeah.
Like I feel like that's what we're doing. Like the show for sure had a greater interest in like science and entrepreneurship, and then it gained a greater interest in spirituality and non-duality. And it's really cool because now a lot of the people that come on the show now, I couldn't see are like masters of consciousness. Like, and that's really cool. Like to put together an Olympics of consciousness where we're having dialogue about what is like the core, like quickest way for people that feel separation, that feel lack, that feel like they're trying to like extract and get, and for them to wake up, because that's what like this is so good, this Olympics of consciousness. So in a sense, it's like a North Star for us now, is taking the individual awakened people and putting them together into a global spiritual awakened community that then works together on, building out the cleanest energy, the cleanest agriculture, the cleanest basic needs being met, the most artistic actualization happening across the planet, and all being done without creating any separation. So kids being born don't get the onion layers added onto them, and so then that's how the feedback loop speeds up for Earth awakening, because there's no built up separation that then has to like be seen through and dissolve.
Yeah, I think that's the answer to everything that's happening on our planet right now, is that there's just not a real alternative to offer humanity yet. Say, hey, yes, this is the old system, the old model, the kind of the service to self hierarchical model, governments, top-down structures. But there's another model, which is the service to others model, where no one has any rights anyone else doesn't have. It's all an equal exchange of energy. We don't just try to punish bad behavior, but we just incentivize good behavior. And to really have what we call an enlightened civilization requires somebody needs to build it at some point. Like it has to be a conscious manifestation on our part, because we're living in an old system, a dying system that's clinging for dear life to stay alive on our planet. And as we're moving into fourth density now, it's going to become increasingly intolerable to live under that system as the vibration lifts. And we'll find there is an increasing hunger for something else, but people don't really know what that looks like yet. And those of us on this path know what that should look like and have the inspiration, the passion, the excitement to build it. We just got to start building it. We can't dethrone the old system from within it. It's built to keep recreating itself. As long as there's still greed and jealousy and pride and selfishness in our collective consciousness, it's going to keep manifesting again and again, right? So really the way out to heal this planet and move into a fourth density civilization is we got to get together, get in community, and start building it. And that's exciting.
And I love the feedback loop that it has, because when we collapse the distinction between subject and object, or between consciousness and physicalism, that then we recognize that the more awareness, love, light, the density of consciousness, that vibration is exactly what dictates the physical appearance or manifestation, which then feeds back into the way that consciousness experiences itself. And so it closes the loop on the subject-object duality. And so you recognize that by far the most important thing is the purity of the vibration of the entity, how much it knows itself. And then from there, everything in manifestation becomes so much more pure in terms of service to others, building out Shambhalas across the planet, making the conscious shift to decentralization technologies, abundance for all of this type of stuff, which then feeds back into people being able to go to Shambhalas instead of being hit with the corporate, hierarchical, centralized, monopolistic, oligarchical fabric that has been extracting for so long, serving in some ways, of course, but also it's, as the indigenous would say, it's not in harmony with the planet, and it's not in a seventh generation relationship with the planet. It's not thinking 200 years in advance. It's thinking like, how can I get for my shareholders tomorrow? So I'm also happy that you have an interest in the architectures, that you have an interest in transitioning the planet onto the next designs. That would probably also be a good spot to tune in with you a bit on is, are you currently seeing the decentralization of the monetary system and the unleashing of the suppressed energy technologies and the permacultural styles of creating abundance? Do you feel like those are at the core on like the physicalism side of like meeting basic needs and like fractional ownership for everybody, or nobody owns, also another way to say it? Yep.
You'll own nothing and like it. Yeah. I think this is one of the things that the top-down power structure system seeks to do, is to really instill this belief in lack in the collective consciousness, that, man, especially like through this pandemic, right? There's this feeling created of like, gosh, the world is so dangerous and deadly and full of evil diseases just waiting to leap into your body and murder you. And there's so much scarcity in the world. There's a supply shortage. And it's all this giant illusion, right? Because all that's happening is the abundance of the planet and of reality is just being hidden and suppressed so effectively that people are buying into this illusion that we're lacking, there's not enough resources to go around. So that's one of the exciting opportunities that building an enlightened civilization and enlightened community offers, is that, as we know, there's so many free energy technologies that have been invented that are available, but they get hijacked. FBI shows up and takes it away the next day, and these people have nowhere to go to begin using and integrating their systems, because there's really no communities yet crying out for that stuff or attracting that stuff. So yeah, we can get into a self-sustaining community that we build that's totally independent of the system. We grow our own food, we have our own doctors, our own medicine, our own technology, everything. And then now that we're not relying on the old system anymore, we can bring in free energy technology in our thriving community and start using it, start putting it to use. And then people will start to notice, hey, have you heard that down in wherever they are, they're using free energy already? What? Yeah, and it's all crypto based. What? Yeah, and it's all self-sustaining. people will find out that this is already happening somewhere, and that will open, I think, the awareness in our collective that there is absolutely no lack. There's just abundance, and we can have a world that lives in abundance. There's plenty to go around for everyone. But in the old model, it's a system built on lack, right? It's a system that's built to disempower or suppress the individual for the sake of the institution or the elites. And we have to flip that upside down and say, how do we create a society that empowers the individual? And that's what's really exciting, is in a truly enlightened world, everyone will just do what they're most excited and passionate about. Because as needs arise in societies, we see this happen in our world. How does any new technology, any new product get invented? It's because some need surfaces, and then somebody gets excited about filling that need, a passion ignites in them, and source consciousness manifests an answer. Some new product that's super innovative or whatever. That would be how society would thrive, is that everyone would just be incentivized to find your passion and give the value to the system that you can bring. And that way it's value in, value out. It's like ACIM says, the law of love says that giving and receiving are one. So in true giving, there's always an equal exchange, right? There's never like, I have to remove or deny myself something to give it to you. That's how the old model works and thrives. And it's just not true. It's just an illusion, right? There's absolutely ways we can provide value that returns back to us, and not have to live under this system of lack anymore.
Yeah. It's so good feeling into awakened architecting. It feels so good feeling into it, and it's also so good when I see the little like 4-year-olds running around and playing. It's like seeing them already playing in these enlightened civilization architectures. It feels so good, and like that's our star. That's what motivates us. I love that. So how to bring, let's say, you, me, what we're doing with No Limit Society here, or what you're doing with the different initiatives and the different communities that you're involved with, or like Aubrey Marcus or whatever, all of these different spiritual communities. I'm so interested, like we talked about the Olympics of consciousness. How do we bring the spiritual communities together to do the architecting, and also to reflect to each other where we can still come from a more pure place, or where distortions may still be hiding, or how to take the things that we've refined as pedagogy and be able to share that type of thing as well. How do you envision all of the islands coming together?
I think they will just come together so naturally when we begin encouraging people to just get in alignment first. Like, stop doing things you don't want to do, because you're in a sense, you're still betraying yourself in a way when you're doing something you don't want to do that's not your highest excitement. That's the belief in lack, right? Well, there's not room for me to do what I'm passionate about, or it's oversaturated. There's not enough, for me to make a way doing that. These are the only beliefs that hold us back from really stepping into what our destiny is in this life. And I think that we just won't realize our potential. It won't and can't be actualized until we start radically saying yes to that. Meaning, I'm only going to do what I'm inspired to do. I'm going to pursue the passion that Source has placed inside me, because I know that passion is not the person's passion. That is actually the Source's desire manifesting through me. And so the most aligned thing I can do is say yes to that. And that doesn't mean that you're working another job while you're transitioning or anything like that. It just means you're prioritizing your excitement, your giftings, your passions. And I think that, like, I went to an event this weekend in San Diego called the Heart of Freedom, and met up with all my friends were down there, and everyone is so uniquely gifted. Some of them are doctors, Some of them are experts in crypto and building blockchain technology. Some of them are experts in entertainment, music, content creation. And we're just sitting around hanging out with each other, just looking around like, man, there's nothing we can't do in this group right here. We could start building a self-sustaining, thriving community today. And if we need, another gap needs to be filled of, we need someone who's good at this trade or technology. Say, hey, I know a guy, and they invite their friend to come in. And when people feel the love, the unity in these circles that we build, these communities we build, it is so contagious. It is so infectious. It's irresistible to people. It's what everyone is looking for, right? A place of unconditional love and acceptance where your uniqueness can be expressed and appreciated, and there's a place for you to fill gaps and give value back to others. I mean, everyone's doing service to others, everyone's being fulfilled, expressing their passion. To me, that's the essence or the foundation we have to build the enlightened civilization upon. And again, there it is, right? That system incentivizes everyone equally.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's the deep trust, and there's the deep surrender, and the deep faith that this collective is totally going through its shift to fourth density, and that it's very visibly having abundance and architectures for prosperity for everybody, but that it's rough. It's not it's got its war and its death and its calamities and disease and all these types of things that it had to go through. Charles Eisenstein also said that about like the planet's just going through its absolute hardest separation possible in order for it to, like a rubber band, snap right into its greatest enlightenment possible. Yeah.
Right.
So cool.
It's the dark night of the soul for Mother Gaia, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, and it feels really good when, like, seeing it on a big picture timeline feels really good because you can become that allness in a sense, like being the all that is falling asleep and remembering itself, and then that that really inspires you too, because it makes you more formless, it makes you more everythingness, it makes you more no-thingness, and then it decentralizes your consciousness even more, transpersonalizes it even more, and it feels so much better. It makes love so much more easy to channel when you're like that. It makes devotion easier too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I mean, Supreme Devotion, title of our talk today. It's like, I'm just devoted to the highest good of humanity. I think David Hawkins uses the scale of consciousness, right? It talks about how enlightenment begins at 600, 700 is self-realization, and the higher up the scale that you move, really beginning at the 500 level of love, your natural disposition towards life just becomes increasingly, the only actions I'm interested in taking are actions that benefit the whole. Because your awareness of oneness is so great at that level that a Ramana Maharshi level sage, literally every action they take, every word they speak is for the good of others. And if there's nothing arising to do or to say for the good of others, they stay silent.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the epitome of self-realization, is that your sense of self is completely non-divided, that every action you take is to benefit the collective just naturally. That's what's exciting. And I think that the immediate route to get there is we got to work through a lot of this darkness that's manifesting. We've had tyranny, control, enslavement on this planet since day one of humanity. This has been the modus operandi for all of human history. And we can't move towards a truly enlightened civilization that benefits everyone until we meet these energies we've been entertaining on this planet for millennia, and forgive them and heal them and see them as futile, right? See them as irrelevant to where we're headed. And then naturally they'll drop away. And that's what we have to do in our individual lives, right? So often, if you're really devoted to truth, that means you lose the ability to skip over or bypass anything, because you understand everything in creation is happening for a reason. If there's a shadow, a trauma in me, an unhealed aspect of my consciousness, I can't skip over that. I have to be devoted to healing that as well, which means I have to let myself feel how I feel in this moment. And that's a tricky one, right? Because a lot of times we don't want to feel uncomfortable, especially when we are experiencing lots of peace and stillness, but there's still some things within us that we haven't maybe completely healed yet. I find myself doing this all the time, just moving through my day, and there's just a very subtle layer of anxiety in my mind, different tasks I got to do, and it builds up so slowly during the day, right? Where you don't recognize it until it gets to a point where it's intolerable, and then you're like, oh man, I've been ignoring this anxiety all day and just realized it. Because I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna go read, I'm gonna go meditate, I'm gonna do something because I don't want to just feel what I'm feeling and inquire into it, right? That's the first step to true transcendence. And so when I see what's happening in the world, I see it works the exact same way with the planet. There's no skipping over this. We have to see, you know, the child trafficking, the drug trafficking, the wars, the genocide, the tyranny, the authoritarian control. We have to be able to see all of these things and understand where they find their root in us. I can't judge the greedy elites for hoarding all the wealth to themselves if I have any trace of greed in me. I'm contributing to their greed. I'm manifesting their greed if it's in me. So less and less we judge the world, and more we look inwards and take responsibility. And that's not the sexy thing, right? That's not the shiny, non-dual concept, but it is the fastest route to freedom if you want freedom.
I love the straight up not talking unless it is in service to the whole. So good. I love the sense of self being so decentralized that is, or so realized is another great way to. Oh, realization is decentralization, or decentralization is realization. That's pretty cool.
Decentralized ego. There's a synchronicity. That's also cool, right? You can look at things, innovations like crypto, and how cryptocurrency is solving the problem of financial corruption on our planet, which I think really is, if we had to point to one thing that contributes the most to the forms of corruption, it has to be the way finances are manipulated in the world, right? Through the banking system and all this, and fiat currencies and money printing. It's like, how do we get rid of that corruption? Well, we can't solve it in that system. We have to just build a new one that makes the old one obsolete. And if we look at how cryptocurrency does that, what does it do? It puts all the power in your hands to be your own bank. You don't have to depend on anyone outside of you with your money anymore. We as a collective decide what these coins and tokens are worth, right? The market determines the value. And so it can't be manipulated by any one person or institution, because all of us have to agree on it, right? We all have to agree that Bitcoin's worth something. Because if tomorrow we woke up and went, Bitcoin's useless, then the value goes to zero. It's only worth what we say it's worth, right? That to me is such a great parallel to the journey of awakening, is realizing my oneness with everything, stop dividing myself, stop compartmentalizing everything. You know, it's so cool how everything is fractal, right? It's all really one thing. It's the same healing, evolving process everywhere you look.
Yeah.
We could get into blockchain and all that too, but
so good. I love that. One of the coolest visuals is to see the one as just fractaling eternally and expanding and exploring and actualizing that potential, and just knowing that like I am that, like, and that as I wake up, I just serve myself waking up, and like it can't really be more like simple than that. Like, I love consciousness, right? Like, how can you not love consciousness, right?
Right.
And that means you love everyone.
Yep.
Right. So it can be so simple and kid-like too. Or like, I love existence, and then I love all that exists. You know, I love reality.
So simple a child can understand it.
Yeah. Yes. And then the childlike joy and like freedom can come up more, and like before all of those layers, because you could even say that like the deconstruction project that is awakening or enlightenment, in a sense, it doesn't even have to happen if there's no construction job that happens in the first place, like of all the layers of separation and conditions, and location in the body and all this type of stuff.
Yeah.
Unworthiness. So like that's a great North Star for us, is to build the future where there's no onion layers for kids that even get put on in the first place.
Yeah, I love the quote the Buddha made after he attained enlightenment. One of the things he said was, when I awakened, the whole world awakened with me, all at once. And the Course touches on that when it talks about the Christ in you is the savior of the world. When you discover your Christ nature, the whole world is saved through you. It's the same idea, which I think is touching on seeing that innocence, that essence of the Creator in everything, that it's perfectly innocent and transparent and free and perfect. And as you recognize that in others and in yourself, you start to realize, yeah, everyone's actually already free. There's just the illusion that they're bound. They just don't know that they're free, right? So when you see someone who's deeply lost in delusion and ego in the dream state, you actually see that as enlightenment in a weird way, because you realize without the dream state, there's no awakening. Without illusion, there's no enlightenment. So they're actually two sides of one coin. It's this process of source experiencing itself, and that enlightenment is inevitable in every living being, whether it's in this life or the next life, but it is going to happen. And the contrast they're building now will set the context for their awakening later. So in a way, they're awakening now. They're already awakening, even though they seem on the surface layer to be totally unconscious and lost in delusion. A part of you recognizes them as awakened. I just find that to be interesting, and it doesn't make conceptual sense, obviously, but it does become a lived experience.
Yeah, and that also plays really importantly into seeing people as probabilities, and seeing, like, always being tuned into their highest possibility.
Right.
Yeah, and like seeing them already as God, as the one, and like in a very non-attached way. That's another really important thing, is the non-attachment, because and actually natural radiance is what creates the service. The service is really anchored in the non-attached radiance of love, and the graspiness or the neediness of the other to accept the awakening that's being communicated or whatever is it's more about where it's coming from, in the lack of where the lack felt from where it was coming from the entity of where it was coming from. Yeah, bro, I feel so good. I feel so good about, like, I love how you love David Hawkins. Also, I feel so good about his levels of consciousness, his map of consciousness. It's just so on point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like that's another one of those like maps or symbols that we've sort of distilled and integrated, and I think that's one of the other cool things is, like, at some point, in 5 or 10 or 20 years, like, younger people will be looking at the people we've studied, and also they'll be studying us, and they'll be trying to distill out what we communicated across our books and our courses and our videos and our content. And it's almost like, yeah, it's like a responsibility to us, because that's the fractal like nature, of course, but it's like a responsibility for us too to give them as much signal as possible as quickly as possible. So I think that was another point that I wanted to mention is like if you are, I know it's tailored to each individual exactly as it is needed for them, But like generalities, in terms of generalities for know yourself, accept yourself, become the creator, and generalities, do you typically point to things like metacognition for becoming aware of awareness? Do you point to like doing shadow work for getting through your core lack beliefs, seeing through them, for becoming the creator? Do you point them to like the Who Am I self-inquiry teachings of Ramana Maharshi, right? So yeah, what are your generalities for the most signal fastest?
Yeah. Well, I just love ACIM obviously so much, and I think it's in a lot of ways it's sort of just like a handbook to enlightenment. So I think I probably follow pretty closely to a lot of ACIM teachings, the chief of them being forgiveness. Forgiveness is just the act of becoming non-divided, unseparated inside myself. And there's different ways you can even teach forgiveness. You don't even have to use that word. But non-doership is one of my favorite things to teach, just because of, I think, the realizations that are available. And I acknowledge that it takes some time to sit with for most, that to say you're not doing anything is the most ridiculous idea the mind can entertain. Because man, it's one convincing illusion, but to begin to penetrate through the facade of ego by pointing people to their direct experience, I think is the most powerful, because their direct experience will begin to show them these truths naturally. So to give a pointer, like what we call the person that we think we are, that we relate to as me, is actually really just these 5 sense organs. And I'm just sensing, I'm experiencing taste, touch, smell, sight, and all that. And it appears, because of the 5 of those happening all the time, it feels like there's a person doing it.
Yes.
So it's like, go to your senses and find out through daily inquiry, find out if there's a person doing hearing. It's being done by an individual entity. Or does it feel more accurate and honest to just say that it's sort of just happening? And there isn't anyone at the helm, like, don't hear this. Just stop hearing this, right? If you're the hearer, don't hear what I'm saying. You start to question those things, and it breaks down that illusion, and you say, oh yeah, there's actually no hearer, but hearing is happening. There's no seer, but seeing is happening. And you start to disidentify from so many of those illusions. And at least in my course, by teaching this in many different ways, it starts to give people some breakthroughs in their ordinary perceptions, their dualistic perceptions, and they start to have an experience of what it means to say, there is no doer doing the living, I'm just being lived. And that's living from flow, right? Once you start to connect with flow, man, spiritual growth becomes so accelerated, so easy, so natural, so simple, because it's all being done already, right? You're just we get in the way of our own awakening by thinking that we're doing it, rather than that it's just unfolding through grace. So it's like, that's what I try to show my students a lot, is that you're not in charge of this ship of awakening, right? It's just happening in you already. So it's like, get out of the way, surrender to it, allow awakening, rather than do awakening.
So good. Awakening is allowed, not done.
It's big.
So good. Yeah. So good. Yeah, life is an infinite processing system, and to like allow the processing system to happen, to expand, rather than the contracted sense of self to do. So good. Such a good contrast there. And then to associate oneself like identity-wise with life, with the processing system, with the allowance. And then I would also like to ask, that's great for parsing for signal. And then I'd also like to ask, so we with No Limit Society, with Bentinho, have been doing a lot of work on desire, and like the juxtaposition between desire and like wanting, right? Mm-hmm. Craving, right? Craving is like ego, grasping, and like desire is like God. Desire is like the expansive force of the universe. Abundance. It's like abundance, Shambhalas, this type of thing. So tell us about how you feel around like desire, like the North Star, creativity. How you feel about that?
I love it. I love your using that North Star analogy.
So good.
Like you're always devoted to something. whether you know it or not. Might as well devote yourself to the highest.
Yes, and just to play on the book that I first wrote last year called High Level Perception, the logo was a triangle with a star at the top.
Nice.
Right? That's because that's what it is. Like, that's the North Star perception. You're always, whatever's in that position is what is the probability space is carving itself out. How it's carving out. Yeah.
Right. Well, going back to how we were saying, let life live you, let awakening happen, get out of its way. ICIM uses the teaching, I need do nothing. And it says, like that phrase, I need do nothing, it says, is a statement of allegiance, a truly undivided loyalty. And then it says, believe it for just one instant, and you will accomplish more than is given to a century's worth of contemplation. That's pretty radical.
Yeah.
But it's like, do I believe that? Because what matters is, do I believe it, right? I can have the shiny concept and I can teach about it, make memes about it or whatever. Do I really believe it? Because if I believe it, it'll show up in my devotion to life. It'll show up in my daily surrender. It'll be evidenced in the way I engage with my life. There will be this loss of ability to resist. You know what I mean? There will be a loss of ability to criticize what's happening, and more just a stepping into it, an opening, a softening, a merging with what is. And that's where power is. That's where divine potential is actualized. So that's what I'm always excited about in my own life. And when you talk about the experience of living from abundance, to me, that's the whole essence of it right there.
Bro, I feel like we are even just getting into flow right now, like together.
I know, right?
Yeah. It's so
you can feel it when you're in it.
Yeah, I feel so good. Dude, okay, so this was so good. When you say I need do nothing, and then this, like, the non-division and the undivided loyalty, the supreme devotion really kicks in. Just like you said, just the allowance of that, the flooding of then the love and the light that comes forth, the service that comes forth, but contrasting that with studying the libraries full of concepts. I love that. I love that contrast, because it's so true that you could spend millennia reading the corpus of this collective, but you would never, in that time, learn I need do nothing. And then if you really allow for that for a bit, I like how you said there's a loss of resistance. That's perfect. There's a loss of resistance, emerging with what is. Yeah. And then I love this. I love the simultaneity of the merging of what with what is, the loss of resistance to what's appearing, and also recognizing that what's appearing is just God's will of the past in the present. And so then you unfreeze more and more of your will, and you recognize that right now I am creating what I'm going to experience in a year. So do I want to write a book? Do I want to start a show? Do I want to hang out with some friends? Do I want to move back to my hometown? Do I move to a different country? But from right now, with your creator stylus, is God expanding itself into its infinite potential. So and that's a great way to like simultaneously recognize the non-resistance and the creatorhood. You are an infinite creator. And so to like see the simultaneity of that, no resistance to what is, because it's just a collection of what has, and also just like so much of like an adoration for the paintbrush also.
Yes,
so
man. That's another way we could look at devotion, or bhakti. It's like being devoted to my highest potential. You start to see that as sort of the highest act of worship that you could give to the creator, is that the creator has made me a fractal of itself to express some amazing aroma, essence, fragrance of what it is. So what better service, what better love, what better worship could I give the creator than to allow, again, that potential to be realized? It's so intuitive, isn't it? Something in you just knows that this is the highest form of worship It's like I could worship Christ from a distance. I could worship him on a pedestal, and that's maybe helpful at a certain elementary level of our spirituality. But at another level, you start realizing, no, to become Christ is the greatest act of worship to Christ, right? To manifest Christ is the highest form of worship or love. And so then you begin becoming busy getting about your Father's business, as Christ said, because you realize it's the same thing. Like the Course teaches, God's will and my will are one. There's only God's will. You just haven't realized it's actually your will.
Yes.
And when you introduce a separate will, that's what we call suffering. Just don't do that, right?
So good. Don't introduce separate sense of will. That equals suffering.
Always and all the time.
So good.
As Byron Katie says, but only 100% of the time.
Yeah. and like I love where we've been going also with recently with desire and like the law of attraction, Abraham Hicks, because what you have is you have this God's will that becomes roaring out of your heart. It's God's will roaring out of your heart in service to itself awakening, in service to having the Shambhalas for the children to come. It's so good. And that's like, it's just, there's no, oh my gosh, when you reflect back like 10 years ago to how much more contracted and service to self oriented, wow, what a liberation. What a liberation. What freedom. And so just to shift the polarity to service to others and to like moving attention like more and more away from serving myself and getting for myself, but to shift attention towards others, serving others. I mean, that in itself is such a strong teaching. Like karma yoga, like you said, like that is such you could say one of the most rapid accelerative paths, even more so than jnana, than the knowledge, or bhakti. Bhakti's great too, and so is jnana, but like, karma yoga can really quickly push you from a service to self, ego-oriented state of being to an awakened state.
You know, Ram Dass's guru, Maharaji, famously, whenever people asked him, how do I become enlightened? He would say, feed the poor. He's like, that's my highest teaching, you know? And I see that karma yoga is really bhakti, the same thing, the ultimate essence of what they are. It's devotion to love. And I talk about this sometimes in other interviews I do, that I grew up Christian. I was a worship leader. I did the Christian thing for 23 years. And as we all know, the Christian religion, as it is today at least, has very distorted theology, very distorted understandings about the divine. But what they do really well is the bhakti. They worship God relentlessly. They sing songs of praise. They do service to others, feeding the homeless. I was always doing that stuff.
Yeah.
And when I left Christianity, when I had my awakening out of religion at 23, I went headlong into the more masculine-oriented religions of Buddhism, Taoism, and to an extent Hinduism, learning about the wisdom approaches, the jnana, right? What I wanted was wisdom at that point, because I had so many distorted beliefs about God. And so I spent, 5 to 7 years just diving into those texts and teachings, and man, it served me a ton of good. It was absolutely what I was missing. But at a certain point I became, I think, a little too overbalanced on the wisdom side, and for almost years, I had sort of forgotten that God is love, and God can be loved and experienced as love. God had become an intellectual pursuit, right? And I was going through a really intense bout of depression because I had all these shiny spiritual concepts that weren't getting rid of my depression. It's like, I know non-duality, I can teach it really well, but I'm still depressed. And this was years ago when I was living in the Bay Area. And I got to this point where I just broke down one night and just started crying out to God, just complaining, being like, I don't know what else to do. I devote my whole life to spiritual seeking. I fucking meditate. I try to forgive people. I read, I study. Like, what else do I need to do to get liberation? And it was like a ray of sunlight bursting through the clouds or something, I swear. This like voice dawned inside of me and said, Aaron, did you forget that God is love? You forgot that I'm love. You just think I'm knowledge now.
Yeah.
I was like,
so
oh,
good.
Man, I did forget that. And at
Yes.
that point, what felt like the best medicine to me, because I was just so, depression is like being so self-absorbed. It's a type of narcissism in a way. I was so depressed with me and my sad story that what felt like medicine was I wanted to go to children's hospitals and sit with dying children and love them and bring them toys and, do something to get out of myself and get beyond myself. So that's what I started doing. And like you said, it was the most immediate way out of that dark night. It started to fill my heart with the love of God, and that love became the medicine I was looking for. It lifted my soul to a higher vibration, to where now I can actually integrate these shiny concepts I've collected, because the foundation for everything is love. If you don't have love, you're missing the picture still.
Wow. What a good take on fourth and fifth density there. That's good. And then the unification in sixth, that's so good. Because, and I really like putting it that way, like where you have a Abrahamic style of service and like the love there. And then you have this like Hindu, Tao, Buddhist style wisdom. And like the merging of the two. I mean, it can be a cool way to view it. Like, you have to have the wisdom of yourself as the one infinite creator, as capital S self with no lowercase s self, but you also have to have this Christ consciousness of love, of just infusing every single moment with mwah, and just in that vibration, like, and those two together are unstoppable, unshakable, indestructible, eternal, infinite. I mean, abundant, prosperous, giving. There's so rich. Such a good way to put it.
That's the know yourself, love yourself, and then become the creator.
Yes.
If you can't know yourself and love yourself, then you definitely can't become the creator, right?
Yes. So cool. Another one that I feel is good to touch on with you is that when you have a myriad of people that are seeking and that are attending, like you've sort of you've created new operational efficiencies for yourself, where you've created evergreen courses, things like that, where now people can come and like take the evergreen course, and that way you don't have to focus time on the daily to that, right? It's a recurring thing. It's quite nice like that. The question is, like, when you're having people hitting you up on Instagram and asking you a question, sending you an email, asking you for a Zoom call, taking one of your courses, they have a question about what they had on the course, that you're also trying to design new courses. Do you have a do you have a prioritization? Do you feel like it just naturally, organically sort of flows, like your attention to what's most important continuously and like flow? Do you also have some sort of like a structural like analysis of oh, there has been a backlog that has picked up of replies that I need to get to? How has that process been like for you as somebody that's emerged more and more as teaching?
That's an interesting question. No one's ever asked me that. As I think about it, I think it's mostly intuitive. I just sort of do the best I can with what's happening, and I try to give my energy and attention to whatever life seems to be demanding the most of it. So I can't overextend myself in any one direction. I found martyrdom becomes a big part of it, right? Like, I got to answer every single question, every email, every DM, every comment. It just becomes impossible because, you know, you're only one person in this relative reality. So that's why I agree with you that creating different courses, creating content, and putting many modalities out there that people can, whatever path is resonating with them, if they're interested in Law of One or ACIM or just basic non-duality teachings, you know, you've got different things available. But yeah, I'm just really always trying to be present with what's showing up and what's demanding the most of my attention right now, and just to be with that. And it takes a lot of self-love to get to the place in any career, any profession, but certainly like teaching, when you're like, I'm just tired. Like, yeah, I have a backlog. I've got all these people that are saying, hey, I'm depressed, I'm suicidal, help me. But I can't give the best version of myself when I'm burnt out. So the most loving thing to do for me, for everyone involved, is to rest for now. I'll come back to this tomorrow. That's been a hard one, I think, for all of us. But it is an aspect of the love and wisdom balance, I think.
Cool. So good. Wow. So beautiful. I wanna mention again what you said earlier about that the very thought of I am incomplete or not enough is exactly what creates the sense of separation. It creates the sense of lack or unworthiness or needing to get something to be whole. And if we sort
for a
of
lot of
nip
people,
that
a lot of
one in the
seekers,
butt
their goal is
right
to
off the
eradicate
bat,
something. Like, you're asking, why did you get on a
sense of
spiritual path?
wholeness
I
or
was
love
suffering.
that
But
arises
for
from
me,
the
it was
light.
just, I just wanted to,
I love that.
like we talked about
So,
in the first episode, I
I
wanted
think
to
that's really
know what the
critical for
first I wanted to know
all
what the
of us
fuck
that
this
are
Frankian
listening
thing
is
is.
that
And after I see through that this
specific
Frankian thing
like,
is
from
just
this episode,
projection,
it's
just
such a
hallucination.
good
So what the fuck is
direct
doing
pointing,
hallucinating?
like,
What the
right
fuck
at
is
the
reality?
source, right at the heart of it.
So that's what
right at
that
like
was
the
always my
direct path of it.
And then
That was
as a
so good.
byproduct of understanding reality.
Yeah, it's a teaching that endlessly teaches me more every single day. You just become more aware of the ways you're still perceiving lack. And it's like, I don't know if that ever ends at a certain point. It's like, it's almost an endless deepening you can have, because abundance is infinite. So it almost makes me wonder if the realization of abundance will just keep happening, which I have no problem with, because it's an exciting and blissful journey to become more aware of what's available and begin actualizing it.
Yes, and like unite more intimately and truthfully and honestly with what was what gave rise to you. Like you like you become in source, you remembering source, like that deepens, and the way you express yourself purifies, and that's the lesson that we go on this adventure into. And then there's that great video that Aubrey and Charles recently published on Aubrey's channel about how it's like we decided to come on behalf of this one infinite creator, to come to this collective and to go through this soul journey, and to serve this collective in its process. And just like that insight also is can be so powerful too, is that I purposely created for myself this divine experience. And the school, it can take you so far to see it as a school.
Yeah, like Ram Dass says, who was it that said that to Ram Dass? You're already in the university now. Might as well start taking the curriculum.
You're already in the university, baby. That's right.
This is the university, man. We're enrolled already.
Yes. And And yeah, Ben also said something recently interesting too. Is like you're already in the war zone. Like, this is it. Like, so do the STO, do the service to others. There's nothing else you can do. No amount of extracting any kind of external thing for happiness will work. It won't. So you may as well go so hard towards service to others now and for the rest of your life. You're already in the war zone. You're already in the universe.
It's so good, man. When you say that, it sparks a metaphor I use sometimes about the journey of service to others and how it allows us to leave this density and move to a fourth density consciousness. If you imagine, like, if you fell asleep every night and you kept having the same nightmare of being in a war zone and there's just landmines blowing up, body parts flying, people dying, blood everywhere, just absolute hell and chaos. And you have this nightmare every night. So you're in the nightmare and you're terrified, so you're shooting your gun and trying to kill as many people as possible out of fear, out of the belief that you're separate. But nevertheless, every night you keep having that same dream. And then at a certain point it occurs to you, maybe if I change my relationship to the dream, it'll stop happening. So the next night you get in the dream and you put the weapon down and you start running around rendering medical aid, right, to people, dragging them to safety and rescuing as many people as you can. And then all of a sudden the dream changes into a beautiful dream, and then it leaves your experience and you stop having that nightmare. Like, it's a perfect analogy for what third density is. We're here to experience polarity, light and dark, and make whatever choice our soul authentically wants, light or dark. But make no mistake, you will not leave this realm until you choose light or dark. And so when you start living from service to others, that is your declaration to the universe, right? This is the path I'm choosing. I've committed to this path. This is my way out of this density. And at a very, the universe doesn't require too much of us. It's like, just show me your heart's devoted to love and service, and then you pass that grade of school, right? You can go to the next grade. We just don't realize the game we're playing, and that becomes the real challenge of third density.
And I think that's
such a good analogy and such a good dream metaphor. It's so perfect.
Yeah.
So you're in the war zone.
You're in the war zone.
Stop shooting and be a medic.
Yeah.
And then Shambhala manifests, and then it's the end of the dream, and then before you know it, you're onto another more difficult, more complicated, more adventurous dream where you'll also forget shooting people. So good. So good, bro. What a good way to wrap. I'm like so in love with this. This is really strong. Like, I feel a really cool brotherhood emerging here. And
likewise, brother.
So good. It's so good. It's like bro, like I just have a whole page full of goodies.
Wow.
From today's
A+ student, man.
Yeah, it's so good, bro. You're like, there's just so many good ones, and like the tennis was really good, and I think it's just the beginning of being able to like have these great wisdoms and loves and wisdoms arrive together, and perhaps even the beginning of some more conversations, maybe some co-creations on some course stuff too. There's so much good to blossom from here. Some co-creations on Shambhalas, on the planet's next architectures. So
most definitely.
So,
I appreciate you having me on, man. I've loved it. It's been a blast.
So good to hear. Yeah, there's many more. I want to share. Let's see if I can get some of the content up. Yes. Okay. So let's start off with this is Aaron's Instagram. You can go and give him a follow. All these links are in the bio below. By the way, you also have this is his Linktree link. You can find the Living the Course, which is here. This is the year-long for A Course in Miracles with him and Mark Anthony Lord. And then you can find also here the Master of the Mind, and that's here. So nice. So nice. And then yeah, Restream, baby. Love this. And hopefully other people can see like how easy it is. Just hit this up, show available time slots, book your free discovery call. This is a great way to just shatter through any egoic layers, increase metacognition, bring forth happiness, lasting
and then after you realize there's
becoming
no
a creator.
Whatever
So this one's great. It's only 8 weeks. The Law of One Book Club also.
Some people wake up and then they don't do shit.
So this is
Some people
Aaron
wake
and
up, they
Krista
play video
Williams.
games.
So this is another one that you guys can check. This is so good for Law of One. So good, guys. So this link's in the bio, and then also the Conscious Vitality.
Because it wouldn't be, it would automatically be an act.
Yeah. So that's some of the core offerings that you guys can check out, and definitely just even the simple subscription also to his YouTube channel is another great place. And like if this video brought you value, also like it and share it with people. This is another great way to share what Aaron represents with people. Sharing the video itself, liking it, subscribing to the channel, commenting below with what was said that really resonated with you. Drop it in the comments and let us know. And we would love to hear from you. And yeah, that's all. Any closing thoughts?
Man, this has been such an enjoyable conversation. I love how easy it is to drop in the flow with you. I do so many podcasts, and everyone has their own unique style, and that's fine. But a lot of times, podcasts the questions are scripted, and so there's always like a break. Like we go from one topic, and then let's talk about ACIM, and then tell me about Law of One. We just jump around. It feels kind of disconnected. But I love when I can talk with someone who we let the conversation itself dictate what happens, and I think we had a really delicious flow in this conversation. So I appreciate you and the way you facilitate, man.
Thanks so much. It was so nice. That summarizes it really well for me too. And it's organic like that with when the vibration is like harmonized together like that. Because then we hit all of the topics that were divinely meant to arise in the convo, and so many more to come. So thank you everyone for tuning in. Love you so much. Thanks, Aaron, again for coming.
Love, guys.
So much love. I'll end the stream, and then you and I will stay in the studio for just a minute. Okay? Cool. Bye, everyone.
Particles that are made of quanta that are spinning around, and at the core, nothing.
Yeah, there's not even quanta. It's just this. There's just nothing here. Okay, but then you can also say this is also form. It's also something. And the emptiness part of it, and the compassion part of it, and the form part of it is identical. The emptiness manifests itself in not just the manifestation of objects, but also in like things like
Anurag Gupta, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Good to be here. It's an emphasis in a lot of traditions. And I also think the reason
it's been really nice
compassion is such an emphasis in a lot of
getting to know you and
because after
getting to
if you don't practice compassion, it's not
really feel where you're coming from and what
every action you do is you won't be
share
anymore,
with
but
the collective.
That still doesn't mean that you're going to do things for other people.
Coming from honor, which we'll be talking about.
Yeah, I think it's like you can have this kind of higher understanding of what's going on.
It's been also fun sort of getting to know about your desire to know what the nature of reality is. Sort of the spark that led you to that, to realization, and also to then sharing. So I'd like to talk about that. I'd like to talk about what sparked your interest in truth. I'd like to talk about the patterns of consciousness that you've been seeing from the 50,000 people that you've impacted positively across the world, and also what coming from honor is. And it's been nice having you lead the sessions here, the last two for the Limit Society, and you've been sharing that, like cleaning up is another thing that I feel like we'll talk about. So let's go through that order. So let's start with truth. So like, what was it? You were born in Northeast India, you moved to Canada when you were 4. What was it that sparked your desire for truth?
Maybe they have found
I don't know if I don't think I've had any design for truth.
To the top of the genre, they've experienced the essential final pieces of everything. But there's
if there was a transition point, I came out of university, started some businesses. I ran my businesses. With the real commitment to everybody just really loving their time. So my staff loved working there, my customers loved people who came in, and I just want people to be happy. And then I did to develop myself, did some courses in the world of personal transformation. They go, what was more important to me than the business of photography or design was people being happy. And here's a business just about people being happy, so I think I'll go to that.
Yeah, we're here.
I've never thought about truth or not, just what would make life better for people.
And making life better for people can be synonymous with truth.
For years, I was obsessed.
It is. I also realized deeper into it, I have no idea what's truth. I just know this is what I want to do.
And that's what we're caught in collectively. And as soon as
So around university or so was the time that...
No, after I started my business, and then after when I did my first program in this area. So in my business, I wanted people to be really happy, this, that, and then I did some trainings, and in that, oh wow, there's trainings, there's work that's business just about having people live better lives. So it was probably a few years into,
what is my purpose?
2-3 years
what
into
is
my
my
business.
purpose in relation to other people, not just to myself?
So yeah, simple, just having people live better
through
lives.
doing that,
Yeah.
Happier.
I found my
Trying to make life better.
is to communicate.
Oh,
this stuff
I actually like that more than anything.
Which is so beautiful to watch Frank transform, and his glow up is the ultimate glow up.
Making life better. And this is another theme that will come up is just the way Anurag just makes things simple. And uses great analogies for it. So yeah, just simple, making life better.
I met a lot of spiritual cunts, you know.
Okay, and then what did you
And
see
they're not about
when you
what-
were,
they're not humble.
that was maybe what, 20 years ago?
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's hijacking spirituality for selfish purposes, which makes spirituality
Almost 30.
After 99%,
I've been doing this work for almost 30 years.
Spirituality fall under the umbrella. I would say
So-
before you completely transcend the self.
Since, so over these last 3 decades, then you began seeing, okay, how do I make life better? And what was sort of the beginning of what that was like, of that, and then how it's evolved now to just being a
to
single
plan what Frank was just saying there.
Single intention.
Even
Well, I started,
though
it's the first time I did,
you may, 'cause
personal
this
development
happened to me
program,
and
and then I
many
saw,
other
oh,
people, even though
there's some
you
knowledge
may
about
think
yourself that you can access that I didn't know before.
you're
before I
serving
English, math,
other
this, that.
people.
Oh,
because
there's a
you
different
have
type
this,
of education. Look at that.
external-facing mentality, which is really
And
important. like what
so
we're
I
describing.
then I
This
go,
is
okay, good.
what you've
well,
been saying
that's
is
just
so
like I
important
enjoyed
for
learning other
and
stuff. I
The
said,
one
I
place
just
that I
wanna
would
learn
agree
more
with
about
Frank, where
this.
there's like a tremendous amount of
That was
people
in the
that
early
fall
90s.
into this category right now, is people that are faced
And,
outward,
so then I-
Caesar salad is how the
but
textures
are
combine
focused
the warm
then
grilled nuggets and the dressing and lemon juice.
and then I
That's my
became
favorite.
involved in the
For a lot of people, a lot of seekers, their goal is to rank.
started getting, I got trained to deliver, as I saw that was what I wanted to do more of, to do
for
that
me,
work.
I just wanted
Moved through the ranks
like
of
we talked about in the first episode, I
training,
wanted
getting
to
trained,
know
delivering,
first I wanted to know what the fuck
delivering,
this
designing,
And after
training
I see that
trainers,
this thing is just,
developing like that, and that,
so
because
what
I
the
could
fuck
see
is
always more
hallucination?
as
What the
possible.
fuck is reality?
And then
So
after
that's what-
10,
that
12
was
years
always
of
my
that,
point.
12 years of that,
Then, as a
I
byproduct
hit
of
kind of the
understanding
top
reality,
of
or
there,
understanding
and I
the
still
right
saw more
experience,
possible. And I asked
understanding
people, hey, do you want
consciousness,
to,
my suffering
let's,
has
and
been
they
eradicated
no, they
by
wanted to
99%.
deliver what they had, not explore the next
by
level,
not
but I could
focusing
see
on
more
suffering,
was
actually
possible.
eradicates
And then I said on the path that led me here,
It's interesting.
and that was, I had a view. When I stepped into that, I saw that it was possible to make a significant impact in the world. And I said, okay, that's what my life's about, is to transform life on the planet.
It's like
And I thought I was doing it.
it's a lesson. I know the
And
greatest lesson in
then
the world.
after like 10 years in, I had an idea, and I thought, stopped, and I said, I had a view that, like, because every week I'm doing programs, working with others, all this stuff. There's other things around the world that people are engaging in, you know? And I go, wow, you know, we're getting every day closer to critical mass. More people are doing this, something's going to happen. I always have a suspicion about my own views. So one day I had a thought, and I decided I'm going to do some math. And I researched everything I could about every type of program like this, how many people are doing them, what's happening, right? And I took that number, I doubled it, because I'll obviously miss some. And then I compared that to the population, and I found that the population growth was 1,000 times the number of people doing this kind of work. And so actually, we're not approaching critical mass, we're moving away from critical mass by a factor of 10 every year. But my arrogant view was because I was only looking at what was around me, it felt like we were growing. We're not. Not as a percentage. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I go, oh, I thought I was creating a tipping point, but I'm actually, what I'm doing is moving away from the tipping point. So either I keep my word
it's an external
to make the difference on the planet, or I revoke my word and just go back to making a difference, and they're two different things.
Shelter, electricity, education.
And if I'm going to make a difference, I know how to do it, I'm doing it. If I'm going to be different, I thought I was, but I'm not, so now I'm going to figure it out. I decided to keep my word, and then just since then trying to figure out how.
Which synthesize the science of spirituality.
That is the path that led me to
consciousness and
honor. Because part of how is that it's got to be clear, simple, distinct, and I've been working with the distillation and things like that. So that's one of the things. Well, that's the key thing that led me to
is that if you come from a place of like learning that you can take a breath, like 1, 2, 3 counts of 3, take a breath before you react. That's fantastic, and that can be really helpful, and you can go and share that with the world without the suffering.
So
totally.
When you're,
but the way that, in a sense, awakening,
like 30 years ago, you're honing in on making life better, and then you're seeing some of the patterns of mostly, would you say, like people in business?
Rather than this being something that is trying to still.
No, I mean, I mean, I was in business. Let me just think. The thing about it, I wasn't looking for the patterns when I was in business. When I was in business, I was just a happy guy trying to make life better for people. When I did the programs, I saw, oh, look at that. These guys have an understanding of some of the patterns human beings. And when I went into that, it went on to that first term of personal development. And then it grew to organizational. And when I took on the world, then I started to look and study for patterns. The beginning was just, my beginning was how to empower people.
And so initially, when it's like personal development and how to empower people, and then we'll get to the larger organizations in the world, so that it was sort of around empowerment. And what would that look like? It would be like getting through a limiting belief, seeing oneself as powerful, as able to make change.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, to me, all of that didn't matter. I didn't care. Whatever would make them happy. You know, there's a long list of those things. If you're in the moment, it's what does that person need? What's in the way? It's like, it was never that complicated for me about what are all these different, just fuck, I don't care. It's like, what will set this person free? Let's find it.
Okay, so then what will set this person free? What will make them happier? So it's usually an orientation towards the person's intention for what they find to be happy or freedom.
No. Most of the time I discovered they were wrong about that. Most of the things that people were chasing would not leave them happy or free. It would what would authentically actually leave them happy and free, whatever that is.
So there's a philosophy around it at the same time.
It's still complicated to me, dude. It's like this. People think, oh, when I get that car, then I'll be happy. And they get that car and they're not happy. Right? So it's just not, we don't have, I don't have any interest in any of that terminology. There's just actually doing the work and understanding what actually leaves people joyful and free and having them, in fact, the thing is, most reason they're not is because they think these things do and they're working on those things. They're not even working on their joy and freedom. They're working on other things they think will give them that, but don't. Is it different for different people? Yeah, some of it is, and some of it's common for everybody, but it's actually, hey, let's get to it, and let's get you oriented. Some of it is to get you actually realizing, hey, oh, that won't do it for me, and what really will, and then let's figure out how to have that happen.
Yeah, that's the component that I was hinting at, because there is at the same time as it's the person becoming seeking to be happier or more free, there's also within what you're sharing with them is, do you really feel like that car is going to make you happy?
I don't asking that because I already know it's not.
Yeah.
I'm saying, dude, that's not going to do it. So one of the things is here, if you want to get this, you understand, I'm going to take a flamethrower even to all the complexity with which you ask me these questions. That actually is in the way.
Yes. Yeah. I wanted to paint out at least somewhat of a, for the audience to be able to see, okay, well, this is sort of how, like, Anurag sort of came to what he feels like is honor today. But I feel like we already.
But that is it. That is it. It's like his honor is to have you get, dude. Lots of that stuff you're working on. You know, what's not honor is like, fine. Oh, let's help you get that stuff and do this, and you pay me, and I'll help you get that stuff. And there's no honor in that.
It's self-interest in a way. The self-interest for all of us to get to the point.
So this is how I came to that. It's like, oh, hey, let's help you get that. Watch people get that, and then they weren't any happier. Go, okay, actually, yeah. And you know, and the thing is, you could totally harness lots of business by helping people get the things that they say that they want, but leaving them no happier. So the real integrity for me was, okay, let's do the real work. That is that. What I'm talking about is actually I got there.
Okay, so yeah, it sounds like we should just go right into the heart of it then, even more so. So that's probably enough of a story that sort of got to where you're at. So like you said, take a flamethrower to the complexity.
Yeah.
And so then let's go straight at the heart of it, which is you have shared that you feel like there's 5 core areas for people to clean up, like where they're coming from, like your physical space, your relationships, the administration of life, health and fitness, your state of being. And when you clean those up incrementally, one by one, you sort of level up. They get more challenging over time, more subtle. And you can sort of tell that you feel more free, you feel more happy, you feel like you're more able to serve others.
Yep.
And so this is the distillation of those patterns that we were sort of talking about over the couple of decades. And
so it's like finding that sense of purpose. Why are you in this world? How are you participating in this venture of collective awakening, getting there together, raising us all because currently the whole social system is dragging us all down.
So you say for people that
you gotta spread it like wildfire. You gotta spread that shit like crazy. Where you just realize like that climate change is real. Earth is dying.
That want to be in service, the first thing is clean up. Just do the work.
Yeah. It's like yes. You know, the thing about it is so let's talk about some patterns, right? So one of the patterns that got revealed.
You can look at it very pragmatic way.
You could say there's this thing of people just being self-serving. And there's a pattern out there, race in the world and do this and take care of yourself. And then there's this, you get into, some people make the transition, some people just are that way, the world of...
There's just nothing here. Okay. But then you can also say...
What looks like being of service, but it's not. It's about doing things for others, but there's a sacrifice element, a martyr element, doing it to look good to others, or even just to yourself, or to feel good. Truly service, there's none of that. It's simply now. So what happens is, I discovered one pattern, which is that, I discovered many, but here's a core one, right? So, it was interesting because I thought it was behind one thing, but I have a view now it's behind everything, which is whether it's about being self-serving or whether about the sacrificial service of others or validation service of others, there's a state of being within oneself that is not completely at peace and quiet, right? And then we go, so then what do we do to compensate for or help us feel better against that disquiet? So we may go chase things for ourselves. Cars, drinks, or sex, or this, that. Or, see, this is the part that's settled. And I own this, all of this is my view. But then actually coming from there, going to make a difference of others is the same thing as a car.
It's totally abstract.
You get what I'm saying? It's just offsetting that disquiet.
To exist in this very weird.
It's just a different drug.
We live in an abstraction.
So I saw, oh my God, this pattern arose. Like, how come this and how come they're still not completely at peace and satisfied? How come this and, oh, it's all coming down to the same thing. So I did all this work to help people, say, achieve this here in business or achieve this in service, and it still, there was a lack of total peace. Still, they could get knocked off their game. So I just distilled down further, and what was the common elements? Well, and I realized, the things that we are not absolutely at peace with in our life create a set of actions for us to compensate for that. And then I realized that I was actually doing people a disservice by giving them more ways to compensate and hide from that which really, I believe, needed to be done, which is clean everything up. Have your life in a state where when you look at every corner of it, you go, yes, I'm good. Then I trust what comes next, because what comes next is a creation purely by choice, not a reaction to that which is unsettled in your life. That's I think one of the most critical patterns that reveal itself by working on every line of action or outcome I could think of, a business outcome, a personal outcome, a service, and none of them, all of them still left something missing, because that what we call the cleanup, there was not, everything was not whole in the background. Let me actually give you an example that stands out for me.
And not just like nice and good. I mean,
so, what something is not a whole, and then I'm trying to do something to make a difference for you, I'm doing it for myself,
not just to myself,
so I can feel better.
Not just to my own.
I remember I was doing this leadership training for a colleague of mine. He said, would you come in and do a session? And I came in, he said, these are, doing work like this, people want to be developed in leadership. And this woman was talking about a frustration at her office. She saw one of her coworkers is struggling with something, and she keeps trying to use this stuff and give her what will make a difference. And she keeps pushing back, and I was listening. I go, oh, notice your frustration. She said, yeah, that's because you want to make the difference. You want her to get it. Why? So you can feel like I did it. It's not even about her. Because she's like, I can't get it. The woman's dealing with this stuff. I have stuff that helps. You will not listen. And then we went into it, and she went the next week to talk to that woman, apologized to her for wanting to support a fixture for her own, self-worth and benefit, not for her. So I'm sorry, I was talking like this is about you, but it was really about me, and I wanted you to get it so I could feel like I won. And it was really about me, and so all she did was say that and clean it up and leave her alone. And she said that the woman came to her the next day and asked her for support. You get the difference? It's easy to hide out and be more justified in our behavior when what we're doing is helping others. But if it's still about us, it's still all the same thing, at least from my view.
Yeah, this is now, I feel like we're really diving into the heart of it. So you gave the example where you look around and you feel like your life is clean. You feel like you are, purely expressing yourself in service. And you're not doing it for self-interest. You're doing it actually to serve other people and to serve the planet. And that cleaning up is like polishing the diamond, you could say.
Yeah, you could say.
And we have had a good amount of content on our channel about spirituality and the nature of reality. So just, briefly to say that the mud on the diamond is like being caught by illusion, being caught by separation, being caught by your lowercase s self. And the polishing of the mud is to see true nature, to see all as you. And so then you
I have a slightly different view of it, which is, I would say to see more clearly, but I don't know if I ever get to true nature, or what is. I think that's a bit assumptive and arrogant. Every time I get more clear, then I see what was off about how I used to see it. Why do I think now is the truth? All I have evidence for is that I'm always wrong.
Or no ground. Yeah, so incrementally gaining more insight into nature.
No, don't you dare. Don't do that.
Cool. And so insight plays a role in purifying where you're coming from, but also just cleaning up itself.
It's not my fault about yesterday either.
Good boy. That's my experience, yes. And it does so more than insight.
You do find that to be significant difference.
Yeah, or actually I could say it's 100% different. Like insight doesn't produce anything. Actively applying insight does.
Yes.
And when you're cleaning up, it's just active. So it's 100% impact. Insight, 0% impact. Insight acted upon with honor is impact. But insight is 0 impact.
Cool.
I can actually demonstrate that insight can have a negative impact, because if you have an insight and then you don't act on it, you actually now make yourself wrong for not acting on it and thinking about it and stuff like that. You've actually diminished your energy.
This reminds me a lot of when we've had all these different scientists in their fields on our show as well. Many of them say that they're sick of writing papers that only a couple handfuls of other scientists around the world can understand. So they begin saying things like applied neuroscience. So how do you take and apply the insights that you're gaining from the scientific advancements into the actual fabric of the world in relatable ways? And so that rings really true, is your insight needs to be applied. It's like applied insight or applied cleanup. Really resonant. And then that's playing, and so this is another great analogy that Anurag's been using a lot, is soccer, or like playing the game. Like applying insight is playing the game. Applying cleanup is playing soccer.
Yeah. Otherwise, you could imagine that you went to, for me, watching this, going to a workshop, whatever, is like, in a soccer game, is like the locker room. It's not the game. It's the locker room. Now imagine if you always went to the locker room and never got on the field. People think, why are you doing it? What's the point? Does it have value? Yeah, if you come out of the locker room and apply the strategy. Otherwise, it would be weird.
That's what I remember. You were saying you want to get to the top.
It's like that you just watch film, but you never go and apply it in the game.
Yeah. So why are you doing it? You could say I'm just here to be entertained, but then just say that. But the locker room and that's not for entertainment. That's for the game.
Okay, great. This is an awesome distinction. So we have, because many of us have come from a place of suffering, or have come from a place of wanting to live incrementally happier, be at peace. And the first thing that came was, well, I'm seeking, and I'm seeking mostly like video content or books or retreats or whatever it is. And then we find some sort of we find ourselves in some sort of process of, well, when do I reach a threshold of applying the insights that I'm learning from these different teachers or retreats or books, content? When do I take it from a passive place of consuming content to a place of actually applying it and making a positive difference in the world? And I like that. That's the transition from like watching film, seeking and watching film, to going and playing the game, and then just transitioning more and more of your time to playing the game. And
the thing is, though, I recommend, and that's why I don't do all the traditional workshop anymore, is I'm like, don't come if you're not going to play. I'm not interested in that transition, that blah, 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 blah. Why are you even here? See, the thing is, when you're 7 years old, you're going to the locker room, you're there to play. You don't go, I wonder when I'm going to play, what I heard in the locker room. Fuck over it. Why, don't come if you're not going to play.
But if it was anything else, he wouldn't let me put it on him. So I thought that was
sort of have these
idea.
long distinguishing conversations because it's not necessary, which just validates like there's some barrier in the way to just do it.
And I found what you said recently to be really helpful as well, which is that as I've went through my own cleanup in the last 2 weeks that you've been here, that every single time that I make an incremental advancement, there's a opening up. It's like peace and happiness open up, not only for myself, but for who I'm like, especially in like the relationship one. Then peace and happiness also opens up for them, which is beautiful. And then almost with either right away or within a couple hours or the next day, it's like the next level shows up where I remember, or like the next thing in the room to clean.
That's right.
Is showing.
That's right.
And so then it's having courage and fearlessness, which you talked about in Mirror Talks, episode 12 with Bentino, and to take on the cleanup itself. And I think it would probably be helpful, because I do think that our audience overlaps quite a bit with Bentino No Limit Society, but also does not. And so I do think that it would be beneficial for those that do not to get a taste of what is being shared at No Limit Society by maybe having you break down in a little bit of detail, at least what those 5 things that we covered, what are some like classical examples for people in those 5.
Sure. I mean, let's take your physical space. So I tell people, look around you. And if it's not a hell yes, it's a no. What you start to see is like, wow, look at everything I'm okay with. All right, fine, which is fine. Then you can have an okay life. There's nothing wrong with anything, right? But if you are committed to something, it's very whatever, flourishing, vital, alive, then you only have in your physical space, which is that. So that would look like, this isn't, or that might look at that, replace that cord that you keep having to jiggle, or clean up the entire garage, or get rid of that thing. Right? It's like, look at your stuff, look at your space. Maybe you have to move. Maybe you're living in the wrong place. Yeah, this is like, but then why? You have a choice in life. And you go, okay, got it. This isn't it, but I don't have this or the. Okay, good. Then make a commitment. I'm going to now start looking for that. I'm going to start reading. I got that. There's different circumstances, but we are we're intentional beings. If we really, really intend something, we'll go make it happen. So you want to say, well, I don't have the resources to do this tomorrow, so I give up on it. You know, no. This is the rest of your life. Have everything be a hell yes, and you can do that. There's 3 ingredients to that. If it's not a hell yes, it's a no. Get rid of it. Or modify it until it becomes that. Like you could, modify your space, right? Until it is that. Or you can alter your relationship to it. To go, what is this? You could not change a thing, but really shift and go, this is what it provides, the gratitude for it. Or any combination of those. And honor is critical because you really know you should change it, but you don't want to do the effort, but so then you're going to pretend that you're altering your relationship to it, but you're really not. Does all that make sense?
Yep.
So, and so you have to let that take you where it takes you. Many years ago, I had this big house in Vancouver, but it was very intentional. But I have no desire for a big house, but I was using it for this community events. I was using it, and then suddenly that work was done, and I keep going. I'm only going to have what is aligned. So I started to get rid of, and then I ended up not only with not a big house, but I ended up with only 2 bags in the motorcycle and nothing else for the last 5 years. Because I don't hold on to stuff, and I don't come from in mind. I go with what is aligned with who I am at the highest level right now, and it changed from this to this, and what before it, and life is magical. It was magical when I was there, because it served something, and it's magical without any of it because it serves something. So you have to look at that, and so there's your physical space, the right space around you, your stuff, your car, whatever. Right?
Nobody give you nothing. Nobody gave me nothing for Christmas.
And as I've shared before, I even go I only have 2 bags, and so I have only so much room, and I have a handful of T-shirts, which I love every one of them. Every one I pull out makes me smile. You get what I'm saying? So you could do that with everything you have. Why do that? Because you can. You could have just stuff, or you could have everything you own be very useful and make you smile. So choose. So the administration of your life. You go, I should do that. I should do those taxes, or I should I'm avoiding this. But by the way, on my physical, clean out your computer. Thousands of, in the spring I deleted 5,500 photos. People don't even think of that, but your computer is your physical space. And hundreds of files and hundreds of emails. Wow, it's so lazy. Who thought that would make as much difference as cleaning up my room or whatever? It's whoa, I felt so good afterwards. Do you know what I'm saying? Then people are like, yeah, but whatever. I said, okay, well, if your house was as cluttered as your computer, they go, I wouldn't walk into it.
Yep.
If I had that much useless stuff in my house, it would be horrible. Okay, well, that's your life. So physical space. And include, look in places you might not think, like your computer. Right? Especially given how much of our lives are computer-based now.
So it's physical and digital space.
So digital is physical. Call it whatever you want. That's your space. I hold it like your physical space, right there. Files and photos are physical phenomena.
And just see how it makes you feel. I like that.
No, just do it.
Yeah, do it.
Just do it. I'm just telling you how it felt. But when you're on the soccer field chasing the ball, you don't go, do I feel good? You're just playing. Afterwards, you end up going, yeah, that was great. But mostly, part of why it was great is you didn't care how you felt. You were playing. Relationships. You want to go through, again, same thing. It's a hell yes. If it's not, remove the relationship or alter it or alter your relationship to it. Right? You'll see, oh, wow, there's people not aligned with me. Hang out, or, last year when the pandemic hit and I went and spent 4 months with my mother and sister, I worked to alter my relationship we have a good relationship, but there's still those ways that, I'm going, how? We all agree that it's okay to be somewhat, that's your family. But I really took it on. I took on moving any ounce of annoyance, and now nothing my mother or sister say, even though sometimes it could be what we call stupid stuff or whatever.
But one place that I would agree with Frank, where there's
I don't have any irritation. So now I love having a joyful and gracious experience with them, no matter what they say or do, fight or whatever. So I'm not getting rid of my mother and sister. So I alter my relationship to her. By the way, that's not a rule. People go, oh, that's family. Yeah, no, but people walk away from their families. They go, this is toxic for me or whatever. It's just that you don't get to have a complaint. Cleaning it up. You get what I'm saying?
For me, it was just
means that you don't stay and complain about it. You either leave or clean it up, right? You may have resentments or upsets from the past. You take responsibility. You make sure they know what you're grateful for. Whatever it is, there's lots of different things. There's always different methodologies about impacting relationships. Apply them, find the one that's right. But yeah, go through every relationship till you're like a hell yes about the state of my relationship. Anything that has you is in the way of it being a hell yes. Note it and work on it and get it cleaned up. What we've done is we've learned how to live with what's not that. But yet in areas, something that's really that we really love or it's really important to us, we don't allow for that.
It's always a fuck yes.
Yeah. When it's really important, it's like that. Some people, they love their cars and they make sure it's like this. Some people like the room, some people like the music. Whatever it is, when you really like something, you don't put up with any crap in it. And then you go, I love that. Well, because you don't put up with any crap in it. Right? So you do that with relationships. Do that, like I said, with your, notice if there's any aspect of the administration of your life that you're avoiding doing that. Because it's bothering you. And you get used to it. Everybody who's listening knows that sometimes they were avoiding it, they got it done, and they go, yeah! Oh, exactly. Right? Then, and your health and fitness, right? Get clear about what's right for you. Start doing it. And then there's a story about also, it helps to find out what's right for you, because a lot of people are suffering, from my perspective, again, all of this one, by not really knowing what's right for them, but thinking from what's being said out here, what should be right for them. They keep trying to match up to something that's out here, and actually very different things are right for different people. So you want to slow down, get grounded, and it's okay, it doesn't have to be overnight. Just improve something a little bit every day. Make progress. Right? You go, okay, good. I think I'll just eat a little bit better every day. I think I'll just add a little bit of movement. I'm not even going to exercise. I'm just going to do this. Just add something, get reliable at that. And some people, you can dive right in. You can go, oh, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to get some buddies, and we're going to start working out regularly, or whatever it is. But you can gracefully and joyfully do it at the gradient and pace that it's actually not a problem for you. Mostly people hear this and go, I got to fix it all tomorrow. And then they fail and say, no, take a year, take 2 years. Gradually build it up for the rest of your life to be perfect.
I love that. So it's also seeing the cleanup as a foundation for this 1 or 2 years of work, as a foundation for the rest of your life to come from a pure place.
Yes.
Love that. Okay, and then so admin, you said just classical administrative things of your life, things like taxes or things like whatever you need to do for your business or for passports.
Yeah, all of that stuff.
Yeah. Cool. I like how you mentioned this gradient and health and fitness. That's really good. To not be overwhelmed, but to take things incrementally. Some people might want to go all out right away. Some people want to just take it really slow. This one, the last one, state of being, ontology. It sort of is like awareness.
Yeah. Well, it starts with awareness, but then again, like Insight, you have to act on it, right? So it's like, okay, so cleaning up your own state of being is, what am I resentful? What am I upset about? What do I regret? What am I irritated about? Who am I blaming? Like, all these different things, the thoughts that keep coming in your head and stuff. So it's cleaning all that out, such that you're no longer upset about it. You're no longer irritated by anything. so you're no longer blaming it, so you're no longer whatever, right? All these different things is you start to, you're no longer making yourself wrong about stuff. You start to develop a state of acceptance. So you're creating a clean space over here. And again, that takes some time. And like I tell people, you do 4 years of university to prepare you for the rest of your life. Relax, take a couple of years. This will prepare you better for life than probably anything else you can do, from my perspective.
Yeah, and this also goes to what we talk about quite a bit at NLS from the Law of One material, which is know yourself, accept yourself, become the creator.
Yeah.
So a real deep passion for you spend 4 years in university, like you said. Well, what would it look like if you really knew the patterns of your life? Like you had so much awareness that you became aware of where you were coming from and why you were acting the way you were acting, and just accepting yourself fully as you are and as a reality is. And I think with state of being, and it really feels like that's where you can tell that the cleanup has landed, is that your state of being shifts.
It does.
Into more peace.
Yeah. And all of these things impact each other. You clean up your administration, your state of being cleans up. You clean up your state of being, suddenly you find no resistance to doing your exercise. Like, you know what I'm saying? It all impacts, and it actually starts to get a momentum. It actually gets easier as you go. Just like after when you're learning to ski, you fall down a lot, but the more you get it, the easier it is to stay up. And then you can, instead of trying to stay up or get back up, so here we are in life, and we go these amazing experiences, like peak experiences, we try to get back up to them when we can. For me, that's like trying to get up on your skis, versus if you do this work, you start to feel how to stay up, and then occasionally you fall down. But the more you stay up, the more that you stop looking at trying to stay up, and you start to look at the landscape, which is the world, and you go, wow, I can go here and here, and you get better at it. Now you can go more and more places, and you ski crazier hills because you've developed the capacity over here. It's exactly like that. And take a couple of years, because then you'll be able to ski anything or navigate any situation in life.
The way that this resonates for me in my experiences, that especially with this skiing analogy, is that I find myself.
Oh, sorry. Let me just add something, because sometimes people get annoyed with me with a sport analogy. Fine, playing the guitar. Practice, and then you go play anything. Then and you can hop into a band, and just so just some people, and I understand capacity that analogy is a line for people, but you can it's the same thing with playing an instrument, being a painter, whatever, like that, whatever. Find it you use the thing, but you practice that thing. And then you can play.
I think enlightenment is
so practice ski anything. Practice being your instrument, play any kind of music, hop into any situation. I can play. Do you get what I'm saying? Just to round out.
Yes.
And I do understand that sometimes I may focus on, but I want you to know it's not a sport thing. It's a
some people wake up and they don't do shit. Some people wake up, they play video
grounding, integrity, and capacity to play thing.
up and then
okay.
They become a CEO. But after you wake up, anything you do will be
cooking, put more and more sensitivity to different ways to cook at higher and higher levels. It's sort of like training for like an Olympics or like for the symphony that you're in, or whatever. You're going for the highest levels, and that's why I was tying this to I've been here since August with the team in Amsterdam, and it's really clear that the reason why I came here was to do the work so that I could have a cleaner foundation for actually being a shepherd, for actually just purely serving, which is honor. For me, pure service is honor. And without a doubt, it's becoming more clear that I'm skiing in greater difficulty. things. Yeah, and I feel like that's a great way of viewing it, is that you're basically, well, at least I am in this case from my perspective, seeking the ability to more to detect the more subtle ways that humans express themselves and help people that want to feel more peace, more happiness, more freedom, that they actually want to serve the collective, and then when they seek that, for me to actually be able to, in a way that's empty of self-interest, serve them. And so being here is exactly what has enabled that for me. And it's enabling most of No Limit Society to train in that way, through the cleanup, to become better shepherds.
If you, talk about symphony or the
well, form you can look at a very pragmatic way
you,
of saying like stop it has no pure existence. Like penetrated, it's holographic.
See,
Yeah,
only
it's just
search
like
play
particles that are made of quanta that are spinning around, and then the core.
instruments for it. Sometimes when you're young, you can have a person that's really stands out, right? They've got these really good skills, and they just dance around everybody. Go, wow. So the cleanup we're talking about is what we call the ontological conditioning, the conditioning of self, right? It's a foundational integrity. If you're there and you're playing in public school and you're like woohoo, running around because you're the rock star, your high school, well, you're kind of standing out, but not quite as much. And then university. See, and then the thing is, if you go, sometimes people, it's so good, they get away without doing their conditioning.
It's not a guarantee.
Their cardio and stuff. Now, your skills hide that, but the further up you go, the more it gets revealed. And you can have all the best skills in the world, but then your conditioning doesn't allow you to keep up with the game, so it does not matter. But if you bring your conditioning up and up even higher, suddenly these skills come out like boom. You can have like really good, natural skill, the instrument, but then at some point, if you're not practicing, right, it's going to show up. So we can learn all this stuff. By the way, every single thing that I talk about, I might say you, them, that's like that. Every single thing that I talked about is what I saw in myself. Each step is where I saw I was full of shit. So I was, you could say, as I got interested in this work, learned a lot, read a lot, and I could talk about it really well. Like a little kid being able to run around a vehicle, right? But I had not done the work to embody it. And so I could talk circles around anybody. Boy, I'm so full of shit. Anyways, so but then I really got, am I here to play or not, to make that difference? And then I took on a philosophy of not teaching, preaching, or informing, only being and sharing. So I will not discuss something to the best of my ability. I'm perfect, but I catch myself. But that I'm not either fully being, or I've declared I am not being it yet, and I'm at work on it. And here's what I'm discovering about that, right? So if people do this work and they've done lots of courses and reading, like that stuff will come out at a whole nother power if they do the conditioning of alignment, integrity.
Between good and evil, there's a field. Yeah, we're here.
Interesting. So usually when we use the word conditioning, we talk about the ways we've been conditioned by separation, by location, by a sense of self, desires, cravings, aversions, etc. But in this case, you use conditioning in a positive way. You condition yourself through repetitive honor, repetitive behavior that's empty of self-interest.
Yeah, it's like being in good condition, like physically, I'm in good condition. You're conditioning for the game, right? You're preparing like that, from that perspective.
Yes, conditioning for the game.
Yeah, cool. So it's like that. I've been conditioned over here, but then, so you have to do your physical conditioning to be able to even get on the field and play with that team. This is that type of, I'm creative, causative conditioning. I'm developing myself. I'm strengthening myself.
was just so beautiful to watch Frank transform, and his glow up is an ultimate glow up. The Frank Gang.
I also really appreciated earlier when you talked about when you don't feel a background piece, which you could say is this sourcefulness, this
that's exactly what I was
nothingness.
going to mention.
That then, if you're not feeling that background piece, everything you do is a compensation.
Yeah, like I said earlier.
That's my
hijacking
view of it, yes.
spirituality for selfish purposes, which makes spirituality really. After 99% of the people who are into spirituality fall under the umbrella. I would say before.
And just also to be clear, in our human state, somebody might be listening and go, no, there's things that I do that are, okay, fine, maybe there's a few, but don't use that as a way to escape the conversation. An argument in there. So I'm saying things as blanket statements, as principles, as generalizations. I realize that. So why I say this is because in the world of being effective, I would say this, and then people would say, here's the two things I do that aren't that. Okay, good, you're passionate about skiing or painting. Okay, fine, but then, so then they stop listening to the rest of it. Okay, what about the other 98%? Do you get what I'm saying?
Not fully.
Okay, good. So I just realized as you reflected back to me what I said, I said, if you're not at peace, everything you do is a compensation.
This is what you've been saying so important.
It's a reaction, versus a pure
The
creation.
one place that I would agree with
So
Frank, which
somebody
is a
might
tremendous
stop
amount
listening
of
to the
people that
validity
fall
of this
into category
conversation right now.
is people that are faced
Because they say,
outward
no, that's not true.
and serving
I have two things that I do that aren't that aren't a compensation, that aren't a reaction.
Oh,
they may actually have something, and I'm like, okay, fine, yes, you have a few things.
Why did you get on a spiritual path?
But the thing is, in all of these things, is to fall into what is the principle behind the speaking.
Yes.
So if I was more rigorous, I would say almost everything you do. Maybe everything. Maybe not. Maybe there's a few things. But where you get the power, but our identity sometimes wants to avoid dealing with it, so it'll look for the one flaw in the conversation, so we don't have to take it on. So I just want to throw that in there, and I could also get more rigorous in how I speak. It's just that, okay, consider that just a lot of what you do is just a reaction, and there are things you do that are purely joyful and all of that. But if you want to elevate, you don't look where it's working, you look at where it's not, so you can elevate it.
Yeah, and this is why you guys have used the phrase that I'm full of shit, and that Corey Tuna has also talked about it, like going on the offense and wanting to just assume, like, I am full of shit, so now let's go on the offense. And I like how when you and Ben have talked about this as well, it's like really going from a perspective of communication. Actually, I have a good quote of yours on that, on the subject, which is that communication is the biggest place where honor is put to the test.
Yeah. I don't know if it's the biggest, but it's at least a critical spot.
Yeah. And this is really cool because it's where you're watching every word or intention.
Everything will be revealed. There's no question that if you look at your communication, let me say it. I could say that it's the biggest place, but that would come from my context, which that everything is a communication, because I also believe your action is a communication. It's communicating who you are, what's important to you, stuff like that. So it's not just words. As a lot of people say, communication is only 20% verbal. But yeah, everything will show up in how you are, what you're communicating to the world. Because where you're coming from will get revealed.
And enable you to inquire into the question, who am I?
Basically, when you're talking, it'll reveal itself, because either you'll be coming from a place that's empty of self-interest, or you'll be coming from a place of self-interest. And would you say that that's typically the most common distinction?
I would, yes. Are you coming service or serving self? And it's also valuable to point out that it's not, as communication is not just words, it is in the intention of your communication, and it does come through. For example, I could have a sales script in front of me that's really well done, and I could read those words to you with the intention of trying to get your money so I can have commission. Right? And that you will receive something, however you plans, right? I could also read those words to you with the intention of trying to help you and make sure that you are taken care of. And that will land differently. You get that? But I'll be reading exactly the same words. So people should get that. Because people go around just saying all the right words. That's really part of the communication. Your intention is getting across.
And today, I'm trying to stay away from it. I go with your mother outside. As soon as I open the door, you buy the door right there. Open the door. I'm like, good, I gotta fucking see your face now.
Yes.
We're from a place of non-embodied.
Yes, from non-embodiment, which the symptomatic of that is suffering. Yeah, it's all, yes. It's all, rigorously it's embodiment, and one of the ways it shows up definitely is suffering. So when I talked,
and then we go in the elevator.
All about the stuff with either no or lack of embodiment, it was feeding something in myself.
When you come to school, I've seen
this to get validation.
But I was like saying it in a joking manner, like, what's up, bro? Like, I always do that to him. Whoever he's with, his mom, his grandma.
And it was just,
the little boy too. And he comes here, how much you play with this, and then
so, I just saw that. And
so I get
the
that
more I cleaned
I'm like, what's up? You don't know
that's
me?
what I love about the cleanup.
I'm like, what's up, Jermaine? You don't have a tongue roll or something? You know
it takes more time. But the shift, if you really clean up,
be like, Sharon, you better say hi,
instead of
but everybody else,
knowing what you should do, not doing it, try to make yourself do it, creating structures to do it, better accountability partners. The beautiful thing about the core aspect of the cleanup is I started to want to do the things that I
I don't like that. Jason stares at him like he wants to say hi to him, but since she's like,
so I'm not embodied, shouldn't be embodied, I don't know, like that. The more I did the cleanup, the more that I couldn't be with the lack of embodiment. It just felt right to do it. It was like, oh, that's the sweet spot. But the work is the work. The work is the work. So when you get into good, so you're like, I don't feel like chasing that ball or running or going up those stairs, and you get in good shape. You feel like chasing that ball. You take the stairs 2 at a time, and it gives you life.
The way he is because he's a kid. So it's what he's being taught. Everybody around him is awkward. He's gonna get awkward.
That's the juice.
But he just
So,
that's
like in a
how he
video
felt
game,
weird when I was waiting for him in the hole and
something
going to the door. He kind of
where
came back,
you
and I was like, "Well, you bothered that I'm
clear
standing
that
here?" He
going
was like,
on the
"Why are you
quest
standing there?" I
to
was
do
like,
the
"I'm
cleanup
sorry, but you're
is
still a kid.
going to
Anybody
take
can
hours
come
and
from
difficult,
anywhere, and then
but
and
that
so I
you're
don't
going
see
to
it
gain
home. I'm not
experience,
gonna see at the whole
points,
way.
skills,
But
and
he's
be
used
the
to
next
going to
level
school by
by
himself, being
doing
outside by
Life
himself.
force.
So for him, it's like somebody come out that. That's
Everything.
it. But maybe he doesn't get taught those
Your whole
things.
thing
They
of
don't
all the
teach
stuff
him
you have
that
just
the world is
multiplies.
full. They let him go outside by himself since 6 years old. Tell him the key, because he was like 6 when he was riding a bike by himself. That's when I first
Get
started seeing
momentum.
myself
It
at 6.
starts to move. It starts to seem like the obvious thing to do. You gotta start.
You take them, they good.
Otherwise, this
But he ain't brothers, I know because I was watching him
you
videos.
where you come from will govern your life.
Yes. That's my experience.
So take the years now as especially like a foundation. I love this foundational view. You have your whole life ahead of you.
Yeah. Instead of like thumping around this that I want to note to deepen, so I'm just going to make that note.
Of course. It's one of my favorite parts about doing the podcast is that whenever we feature people, that there's a deepening of what the guest is bringing forth. And so it's not only for you, for the audience, and for your understanding of the subject matter that's being presented, but it's also that the guest themselves gains deeper insight into what they are sharing based on the dialogue that we're having. I love that component to it. And if you're looking for a place also to do the cleanup in even more
it's all about the self to the point where you, at the end, you flip yourself inside out. So it's all about the self up to the point where...
with an even greater amount of excitement around igniting global awakening, that No Limit Society is a great place to do that. It's the place to do it, and you can find that link in the bio below. So we have basically what Anurag has been sharing. We have that happening for hundreds of people right now, and it's so exciting, and it becomes so much more. Could you share with us the insight or the deepening that you're excited about?
Well, I just the thing. It's what I already said, that you start to want to do the things that you should do. But what I realize is that we didn't put that in with the No Limits, and I think it's a valuable point. So sometimes I've been coming from something for some time, but it's because what I'm doing every single day is doing this work. So I start the body, and sometimes I don't know what I haven't said. Right. So as I just said it to you, as I find it one of the most powerful things of this work is that shift of letting go. It stops being strategic to try to get those things done to what you desire. That's some cool shit, which I didn't even think was possible. I thought I was going to struggle with these things, and I realized, I didn't get that. That's just natural for me, but I didn't get that in. And it's powerful to get in with the community. That's what I was doing.
Love that. And so what came up for me as you were sharing there was that most recently, right after I did one of my core relationship cleanups, which you could say is like a game within the game. Mm-hmm. So then you get excited about playing that game. I'm not excited for the end of the phone call where I'm doing the cleanup of the relationship thing. I'm not excited for the end of the call. I'm excited for the call itself, which is the game. And so then immediately what opened up was the next deeper, harder person that I had to have a phone call with.
Yes.
And I got excited to play
That's
that
right.
game.
Just like you get excited to ski a harder hill. Or you get excited to learn a more difficult piece of music.
It's just this. It's just nothing here. Okay.
See,
but
then you can shift your relationship to life where there's not things that you're avoiding. They're just joyful demonstrations of that you're playing at a higher level. Like, suddenly I can lift this weight effortlessly, so I put on a heavier weight. Something that I struggle with, but I feel great about it because it's a sign of my progress and my strength.
And I also think the reason why compassion is such
That is exactly. Well, and one of the things also that I feel has value is one of the pieces of work that I get a lot from is Lao Tzu in the Way, and I really got one day, oh yeah, he called it the way or the path. He didn't call it the destination or the oh. So I tell people, just another way of saying what you're saying is I said, listen, be on the path or do this work because you enjoy it. Enjoy doing it if you find it has value. And I many years understood intellectually this thing about there's nowhere to get, but I also thought there's somewhere to get. And then I actually landed in, oh shit, there's nowhere to get.
Yeah.
And I didn't stop growing. I got it like, oh. So if I like to ski or cook or play an instrument, I really enjoy it. I would go out, I learned to snowboard. When I was a beginner, I really enjoyed it. When I was an intermediate, I mean, you don't go, oh, I'm not an expert yet, so I'm not going to enjoy it yet.
Yeah.
You have people have had the best times of their lives on a ski vacation when they were a beginner skier. Did they want to get better? Yes. You get what I'm saying? So I really invite everybody to get, if you're here, be here and have as good time as you're humanly capable of right now. Not have it get better. Just have right now. Full joys of it right now. Because in fact, most of you can look. Have you ever had magical times in your past? Yes. Had you done this development yet? No. So it's not contingent on that. So don't save it. If you're on the path going, this is a path I love this. And I'm gonna get better, but because I love the game of that. Not because there's somewhere to get. And I think that's it. I've found that to be very valid.
Yeah, and I love this simple example of have you felt ecstatic, or have you felt just the miracle of life itself before you did the work? And the answer is yes. And so that is,
or even any time before right now, which means that you don't need any more for that because you already demonstrated it's possible for you.
Everything got so much, and not just like nice and good. I really started.
Okay, this was also really cool. So I've also had the fortune of being able to watch the honor retreat that Anurag and Bentinho did, and that will also be made available soon for people to be able to access and view. And that during that, and I think also during NLS, you guys said that one of the most powerful states is when you're constituted as something.
Yes.
So when you're constituted as fill in the blank, in this case honor, that's what you keep in a sense at the top, in your North Star position at the top of your
actually, when you're constituted, you no longer think about it. The alternative is not an option. Lao Tzu said this thing. He said, the person of integrity has no attention upon their integrity, therefore they have integrity.
It has no intention.
Oh, no attention.
Oh, attention
on their integrity. Therefore, they have integrity. The person who has attention on their integrity, therefore lacks integrity. I would say, against his standard, I lack integrity. Most people think I have a lot of integrity,
No, there's ashes in there.
So, but it's not a judgment. It's like, okay, I attend to it, but when I am it, I will no longer attend to it. The option is any alternative is not an option. And it's becoming a habitual way of living, and it's actually, I don't think about it a lot, but I still do sometimes, which means I'm not fully surrendered to it. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So the Constitution, I asked somebody, you have children? Yes. I said, will they starve? They go, no. What if you have no money? Will they starve? No. What if this? No. Oh, because it's not an option. Could it physically happen? In reality, it could, but you're constituted as that. You'll do anything. It is just not an option, and therefore you don't think about it.
Will you give us more examples of ways that subconsciously are constituted in ways that they don't even know? Like not letting your child starve is a great. Do you have other ones?
I don't think more are needed. The thing about it is, and it's well, here's what's funny. So it's like, yes, let me say this. It's good question. Because some people can go, yeah, but that's because you have kids and stuff like that. So I think it's important to note it is a choice. It's not a choice. It's my children. No, some people leave their children on doorsteps, or leave them in dump. Like I can show you all these things where people have abandoned their children, not fed them, all sorts of things. So,
so it's a choice to
not
be constituted that way.
Yeah, the thing is, people go, oh, but I didn't. I think that's your fullest powers when you're constituted. But people go, yeah, but I didn't do that. I'm just had a baby,
Yeah.
No, you did.
Yes.
Because there's people who didn't, right? So people get all serious about it, and people go, yeah, no. Let me flesh this out a little bit. So I would be coaching people, and their business was high, and they would go. They were so busy and jammed, and they weren't balancing their life. I can't do it. I just don't have the time. And it's so jammed. And I go, okay, well, if your brother died tomorrow, and his funeral was in a different country, would you go? He goes, yes. Why? Suddenly you can do it. You don't even have to think about it. I will be there.
You do what's important.
Yeah. Well, your brother was getting married, and you're the best man. Will you go? Yes. You didn't even think how. A minute ago, you told me you couldn't figure out how to do anything. You couldn't figure out how to work out or this or go to visit, But suddenly, you'll be at your brother's wedding. That's important. No, it's not, because there's people who don't. There's people who don't go to the funeral. There's people who don't go to the wedding. You're choosing that, and you don't. So if I'm there, okay, you go back to yeah. What if you don't have the money to get there? Fine, you don't go. It's only a question of how, not if. It's only a question of how, not if. Only how, not if.
That's when you constitutionalize it.
You never. The if is not a question. I will get to that wedding. I'll do this. I'll borrow money to get there. It's only. I will keep handling the how until I'm there. That's important. I go, well, when I had my first business, and I was working 7 days a week, 2 or 3 nights. I literally couldn't have time to see my parents, nothing. And I was like, I can't. And then when my favorite band, The Who, was doing their final concert in Toronto, suddenly I was gone for 4 days, right? And you go, that's not a wedding, and that's not this, because I made that important. I made that important. There's lots of people listening who they were, I don't have time, I don't have money, I don't have this, I don't have. Suddenly you fall in love and you're going away for the weekend. You know, suddenly you're like, there's no way I'm not showing up for that girl or guy or whatever. Suddenly, boom, because you made it important, and the option of not going didn't exist. So we have that capacity within us. It's easy to say, oh, it's feeding my children. No, you do it to get laid.
You could say you're polarized to service the others.
You are that. The alternative is not an option. It doesn't even occur as an option.
Attention on integrity is no longer.
Yeah, because you would not consider anything else. What Bettina and I both found was, at the beginning, it took work to live with honor, because you had to think about it. What do I do? I should do this or this, or this or this. And the more you keep choosing with honor, and then suddenly it flipped to way easier. And what flipped was when you realized there was no question what you were going to do. Suddenly your mind gets quiet. Suddenly everything flows. Beginning, it's hard, it's this and that, and it takes effort, time, money. Or I don't work with this client, or you have to do this properly, but a lot of that is in the struggle with self. And then when you give up the option, you already know when I show up there, I already know that I'm going to act with honor, so I don't sit around and think about it.
He's lifting a building. He's actually lifting
That's my
building.
experience.
It's stand there in case I drop it, right?
And he goes, hey, buddy.
What you share in your experience to be really relevant to what I'm experiencing, which is kind of like what you're saying, where you're showing up and you still have in awareness the idea of honor, or it as a North Star.
Yeah.
And that over time you're becoming more and more clear at more and more subtle levels when you come from honor versus when you don't. And over time, it becomes more and more painful to not come from honor.
Yes.
So watch
and then that hurts your heart, your spirit enough to where you're like,
because the weight is above the person's neck.
Done with it.
And so
Done with
this
that.
is dangerous.
It
You don't need a
pops up
spotter
as
if you
like
do a
thought
bent over sort of rowing lift.
Engage in a more
you just drop it.
away,
There's no
and
big
you're
deal.
like, no.
When it's over your windpipe,
And then
it's like, hey,
over
Chuck,
time,
you
this
spot,
thought
man. I'm like,
pattern
hey, man, you want to die?
It pop up less and less. Because you're not selecting.
You get my skinny ass to
selecting
prevent
the
you from
frames with your choice, the ones that are around honor, the ones that are around service.
And now there's a point
And it really also helps to see the other as another self with the all is you, because when you begin seeing it as the one infinite intelligence talking to itself and dancing with itself, playing with
gravity is called your weight. So the weight equals the force of pushing up on it. If they're equal, now the thing has just stopped moving. Okay? It has stopped moving, so now you come along.
No separate.
There you go.
I got a freaking tail and I love him so much.
To do this, you lift it onto the right. Because the forces will balance. Previously, the person's force was greater than the weight of the weight, right? You break that tie, basically, and put it over there. That's why that works.
That's very cool. We're teaming up on the weights, basically. You're teaming up, right? And you don't have to make a difference how strong I am. I can take your fingers, whatever little bit I'm doing. Now, provided that you're not losing that. Okay, if the weight is on its way down, it's not balanced. You have to counteract that, and then put it in a little more to get the thing back up to the step. And that's when I stand over top of them and sorry, man, die.
You sound like this has happened before. All right, so just to get a sense of what forces are, okay? So with regard to acceleration, if there's a net force, then the object's motion will continue to increase in speed. You have to accelerate, it just won't be accelerating. Okay? So you can have no motion or constant. It will accelerate. That's all right. So you're in your car, and your foot is on the accelerator pedal, and you're sticking to 60 miles an hour, 55 miles an hour. What does it mean if your foot is on the accelerator pedal, but you're not increasing in speed? Well, the force of the accelerator pedal is trying to pull the car is exactly balanced.
Hey, Rach. I think I've seen the video.
Air resistance, all of that is balanced, and you're maintaining constant speed. If you want to take it out of balance, you press the pedal even harder to overcome that balance, and now you're accelerating 70. So that's what's going on with force. Everybody learns this.